1 week away from training camp for the Bills as the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level deal and could be a candidate for a hold-in. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, who's been dealing with a herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. And the Athletics' James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in as well. In the NHL, Jason Robertson has re-signed with the Stars on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets beat the Brewers 4-0. Join Chopin Bulldog tomorrow, July 23rd from 3 to 7 at Seneca Buffalo Creek Casino as they broadcast live. Stop by for a chance to walk away a champion with a guaranteed minimum $10,000 cash payout in the Seneca Survivor Pool. Plus, you'll have 4 chances to win tickets to the August 16th, Bills preseason game with a drawing every hour. For more details on the Survivor Pool, visit SenecaCasinos.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
This show is about learning things. So
RIP the World Cup of Joe. We got one more year, and then we've got the FIFA Women's World Cup.
There we go.
And then the Euros the year after that.
Yes.
So we just got to really figure out what to do in that third year, and then otherwise we're golden. There's probably some tournament somewhere.
We can figure something out.
Croquet tournament.
Something
Going on.
Copa America maybe is going on at some point during that time. Or, I mean, a hockey tournament's tougher because you only get so many countries. But we'll figure out a way. I got a little bit of a game today to play that I'm excited about. So, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today and through next week. So, through training camp, the first week or so, as the Bills will report next week. The rookies are already there at training camp. And, well, they're at Orchard Park. So, like, they kind of reported to training camp. They reported to OP.
Camp.
Yeah.
They're lifting weights.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They're not even doing meetings.
No media, no meetings.
No nothing.
No film or anything like that. Help during World Cup of Joe. It was mentioned many times, Owen's YouTube recommendations or what he had back in the day. We walked by our boss's office yesterday. He was not in because it was 6 o'clock in the morning. It was whatever was on from the day before, which I assume means the TV in that office had been rolling for
all night.
Yeah.
I had also noticed that as we walked in.
Approximately 18 hours.
Is there's an algorithm to what you get recommended. Is there any algorithm to what video is playing 9 hours after you have played your first one?
I feel like if I've done that before, I've fallen asleep watching a YouTube video and I woke up and it's still on my TV and it's just, it is in the same vein. So if you're watching like a sports podcast, you're gonna wake up to find something in the similar context in sports.
Yeah,
which I guess is what we saw yesterday.
It wasn't even bad. It was Madden. Someone was playing Madden.
It was
Let's Play.
It was like it was sort of a stream of some kind or
Right.
something. Like,
Yes.
Someone was maybe literally playing Madden or doing some challenge.
Right.
I'm not sure. Some gaming streamer. What does it say about me that, by the way, the last week I've gone on YouTube and they have their algorithm and I keep getting recommended. And, part of it is because I've clicked on them a couple times. Like trolls in games where someone is playing the NASCAR game and just angering the other people by smashing them into the pits on the last lap.
It's a fun time.
wow.
What does that say about me? I don't think it might not be good.
It's not ideal, but I wouldn't say that
It
it's
sounds like you like to have some fun with people. I think that's
Maybe.
what that's saying.
I'm enjoying more than anything the people that take the game seriously,
Right.
getting really mad about it.
It's great.
More than anything.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's probably why
I think
that's
it's
happening.
I think it's,
I don't know.
I wouldn't be too concerned about that. I wouldn't be embarrassed by that.
It's that and it's Christopher Nolan interviews.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Lots of those lately.
course.
He's doing.
A lot of those flying
I am having so much, FOMO, I guess, on not seeing the Odyssey yet.
I know.
Same.
It is because everybody this is generational film. Saw that yesterday on Twitter. And this is the screen I saw it on. Oh, there's a massive screen in New York that's bigger than the IMAX 70 millimeters that you can drive to see in Rochester. Okay.
How many iterations of these theaters do we need?
Yeah, right.
Of how many different sizes
Right.
of these things?
It's like yesterday. I had determined over the course of the last week, all right, I am going to wait a few extra days. I am not going to see this film until I see it in the 70 millimeter IMAX screen in Rochester.
Right.
That is, I'm waiting to do that until that works out for me, and then I'm discovering, okay, well, should I go a step further? Should I drive to New York? To see it at Lincoln Center because that screen is twice the size as all the other ones? That seems...
But it can play 70 millimeter film just on a bigger screen.
Oh, yeah. No, it is it's via the 70 millimeter camera. And
it's the same aspect ratio, just blown up.
Yeah,
sort of.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's this is the one that you should see it on.
Instead of 40, there's actually really only 3 of these true King Daddy Topper IMAX theaters.
Well, you're never going to see anyone's hair if you see it in a regular theater, so it'll cut off the top of their head pretty much.
The Sabres had some fun with this yesterday, the admin watching the Odyssey on the Jumbotron.
That was good.
I have FOMO so bad with it that Jeremy texted his golf score the other day, and the difference was 4 numbers. I thought it was 4 seats for the Odyssey in a giant theater with the name of the golf course was the theater.
Right.
I was itching for it. I was like, we're going? This is happening?
It's happening.
And then it wasn't.
We need to make a plan.
We do. We need to do it.
And it has to be an afternoon plan, which is why I think you're the guys for this because I think the night shows are so booked already. People are seeing it at 7:00 in the morning, which
whoa,
I respect.
I didn't know theaters opened at 7 a.m.
I don't know how.
Maybe just for this.
I don't know if I would be able to handle walking into a movie theater at 6:45 and coming out at 11 a.m. Stumbling out of there.
Entire movies it took up your entire morning.
Where
it's over.
am I? What's happening? It's 11 a.m. right now.
Popcorn Dead on Arrival is an idea if you're going at 7:00 in the morning.
That doesn't sound real good.
No.
Drinking butter at 7 a.m.
Yeah, no. A breakfast popcorn, perhaps, of some sort.
What is that?
I don't know. We have to figure it out. It's 6:08. I'm just throwing out the concept. You're the ideas man.
Breakfast popcorn.
I don't know.
We'll have to think.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Well, a lot to get to on today's show. I do want to get to a little bit of hockey. We're going to have Brian Fisher from Locked On Red Wings at 7:30 for a couple of minutes because the Patrick Kane, is he going to sign in Buffalo? Is he going to sign in Chicago story is probably the next thing to happen for the Sabres. And the Blackhawks GM did an interview yesterday. We can get to that coming up in a little bit. Brian's going to join us on what's left in the tank. Is this even worth spending time on? He put up points last year for the Red Wings, and there's maybe a coin flips chance that he's going to end up with the Sabres. We'll see. Maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's more than that. But 57 points last year, 59 points the year before. Brian will tell us how it went, and we'll get a little bit in on Yzerman getting fired, all the chaos that's going on there. We'll start going through the Bills' schedule today as well. John Harris is going to join us at 9 o'clock, so you got plenty of time for your phone calls along the way. John on the Texans at 9, the Bills' Week 1 opponent. But yesterday we were playing around with an idea in the break that I thought would be fun to get to off the top of the show here, because it also might take us a long time because there are different branches of this conversation, and we're still in off-season mode. We got a couple of days until a week or so until training camp, and until that happens, I feel like we're not all the way turning the page from last season's and the off-season to, okay, now we start really getting into this is the year, this season, and what's happening on the field. That'll happen to some degree once camp begins. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before. Because
Right.
it'd just be Bills. It would be all Bills,
All
wouldn't
Bills ESPYs. And then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down, best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete,
Ooh.
best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game
Best
might be
game's good.
the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
What comes to mind immediately?
fight night comes to
Yeah,
mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
Right.
like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills nominee for this.
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have another one that was that hot. That game was hot.
Yeah.
You could make a case for the Patriots comeback.
Sure.
In Foxborough, the division is ours, and then all of a sudden, no, it ended up being theirs.
This is going to be a good exercise in Bills fans being like, oh, yeah, that game. Because you just might not have thought about last season and like the specific games in so long. Yeah, 35-31 against New England, and the Bills were down.
multiple touchdowns at half.
Was it 3 touchdowns in
Yeah.
that game that
It
they
was
were down?
big. They were down big.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage,
Yeah.
that whole thing. That was pretty good. Game 6 against Boston was pretty good too, but
You
that
were there.
was I was there, and it was that to me really was the moment. The Doan Benson moment was better than that game. The game was fun,
Yeah.
but it was also a little bit of like parking the bus for some of it.
Yeah, right.
Whereas like Fight Night and this Boston game were not that.
Right.
That was like those are just good hockey games. The Game 6 to me was a little more like just impressive dedication to playing the way you thought you needed to clinch that series. But I don't know that I'd put it on a best moment would be that.
They're also, I think it really hurts this game that they did not end up winning the series, but Game 6 against Montreal was awesome. They get down early because Lyon can't make a save, and then they score 8 goals. And it's on the road, and it's backs against the wall. Season is over if you lose. They score 7 unanswered.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I mean, them not winning. If they won Game 7, I think that would be a stronger candidate.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
But the night that night was great. Like I watched the highlights back of that game 500 times after that game was over, and Helen Hughes was involved in that game, right? Like he had just entered the lineup maybe the game before, maybe it was 2 games before, but I'm not sure. Like, if we were going to do 4 nominees for both, Sabres Lightning is in there automatically. Because I think that's probably the game. I think that was the game of the year. We are there for that game. And for that, I think personally, it's going to be amped up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. They had ESPN talking about hockey, though, on Get Up and everything. Like, that doesn't happen. I mean, that game did that.
You know that a game is unbelievable when the whole sport kind of stops what they're doing to turn their attention to you and focus on what just happened in Buffalo. Everywhere that night, every podcast, every show, the next morning, the next day that focuses on hockey, that was what everybody was talking about. Because it wasn't just, I mean, it was fight night from the get-go, right? Like, you had all those mini brawls in the first period. You had the fights in the second period. Malenstein and Perry is probably the highlight of those.
That was probably the only fight they won that night. Really.
Kesselring kind of, but he kind of just wrestled this guy down to the ice.
Yeah.
It felt like Malenstein tagged Perry pretty good, and that was fun.
Right. That, you had all of that, but you had 15 goals. Yeah. You had a multi-goal comeback in the third period, and there's just what else could you have stuffed into that game? Goalie fight. That might have been it.
That's it.
And listen,
and they were close. Luukkonen
was yelling for him.
Right.
That's right.
Remember, and Lindy like took a shot at Johansson after the game. He was like, "Our goalie was ready to go." I don't know if you guys saw what the other guy was up to, but our guy was in there. And that was a story like, oh, wow, Luukkonen did that. I think it earned him some runway even. I think, going into the playoffs. Like, it that did a lot for him.
Right.
So, yeah, that was – I mean, that game is – will you ever forget that game or what that was like being in that – the sound of being in there in the lower bowl where we were?
No.
Like, come on. If you could take the sport and bottle it up, that is it. That's the juice.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you beat that game, really.
Right. That is the poster child for what the NHL would want to, I think, present to the casual fan. Like, this is why you should like hockey.
Right.
Just watch this thing.
Watch 30 seconds in, this guy gets stapled from behind, and then the rest of the game spirals.
You're right.
But it's still the sport, and it's fun, and there's skill, but there's it was.
I mean, look at the scoreboard. They are up 3-0 in the second. They are down. They are up 4-1. They are down 6-4.
Yes.
Down 7-5. Win 8-7.
It's unbelievable.
It's like even that. It's the perfect. There's really no garbage time. There's no garbage time goals. This isn't like, oh, they were up 8-5 and Tampa scored 2 late with like 4 seconds left. Like, this was the perfect sequence of goals. You get up early. They scored 5 in a row in that game and lost. Tampa did.
Right.
And then the Sabres scored 4 of 5 at the end. I mean, you can hear it. Like, that is going to be, I think, pretty tough to knock off as number one. Yeah, the Bills-Ravens game, because you have moments in that game too, right? Like, one of them is lucky, and I think that almost takes away from it, right? Like, they don't win that game without a deflection off Dawson Knox that just happens to roll to Keon Coleman. Maybe that's actually a benefit for you.
Yeah.
Maybe that is like, there was a miracle game. You needed miracles along the way, and that ball was just touched by God and went off Dawson Knox's hand and somehow fell to Keon Coleman. And then Ed Oliver ripping the ball away from Derrick Henry. You forget, they're down 16 in that game.
Mm-hmm.
They needed 3 possessions. The Ravens, this is where we talked yesterday a little bit about, hey, who do you feel most challenged by in the AFC? And I am still tempted to say the Ravens. And part of the reason why is they have had this history in the last 5 years of they just blow it at the end of games.
Yep.
More than anybody in football. And there are like historic numbers about Harbaugh and how often they lost even double-digit leads, 2-score leads. And one reason why is that guy does make poor decisions like the one he made on the final drive of that game. The Ravens had 4th and 3 from the 40-yard line. And 3 yards. Remember, Lamar's healthy at that moment.
Right. as healthy as it gets.
He had a play earlier in that game. I think Warren Sharp actually tweeted out a highlight of it yesterday. Jackson had a play earlier in that game where Rousseau and Bosa had chased him 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and were diving to get him. It was gonna be like 3rd and 50 if they had got him. And Jackson escaped and ran back and ended up getting like a 15-yard gain on a 3rd down. Like he was elusive. He was at that moment pretty likely to get 3 yards if they just called a pass play.
Right.
And what did Harbaugh do?
Let's run it.
Run.
No, fourth and 3.
Oh, right.
Punted it.
Punted it.
That's right.
Punted it.
That's right.
Worse.
I remember we made fun of that
Worse.
pretty big.
It's
Right.
worse.
He punted it back to the Bills.
He Mike Tomlin did.
I mean, and even the Bills, I remember the clock management at the end of the game. The clock was running.
Yeah.
And they had to kick a field goal as the clock was running, kind of like a
run out onto the field, fire drill.
fire drill. That's what,
situation.
fire drill field goal they were calling it.
Immediate flashbacks to too many men on the field against Denver in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was the first. That was big for the special teams coordinator because that was the first game for him, right? Because they swapped Smiley out at the end of last season for whoever it was last season.
Kyle Hamilton almost blocked the field goal.
Yes.
At the very end of the game.
Didn't he maybe even touch it? Like it was
Like
that
it hit his-
close-
it was-
like
hit
it
his
hit his
pinky
pinky
finger.
or something.
Yeah, it was. He was right there to finish that.
I mean, that's a heater of a game too. Like it's
Right.
some good
41 to
competition.
40 is like almost the football equivalent of 8-7.
Right.
The scoreboard looks pretty good at
Yeah.
the end of it,
Yep.
too. Definitely third, Owen mentioned it, game 1 against Boston.
Yeah.
Sure.
First playoff game, comeback. The way it happened in the third period, it's Boston. That's the crowd being so loud during that goal. That game is absolutely here. If we were going to do a fourth, though, what's the fourth one? There's so many good Sabre games. You can't pick all of them. There's a Sabres Blue Jackets game at the end of the year that is, remember Doan pickpockets a guy at center ice?
I know exactly the play you're talking. He turns around and he
Yep.
you didn't even think he could skate that fast.
Yep.
And all of a sudden he's up the ice. Yeah, made a great play. Did he pass that? Was it a Benson?
No, I think he scored that one. He scored.
Okay.
I think there was a Benson Doan pass late. They scored 3 goals in 5 minutes.
They were unbelievable.
Is there a big Benson game or something we're
That
forgetting
was,
about?
by the way, that also was the Colton Ellis shutout game.
Right.
Oh,
That game.
I mean,
There's a Dallas game on New Year's Eve
yeah.
when they first got hot.
It was game 10 of the 10-game win streak that they
I
ended
think
up
that's
going
exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that to me was the coming out party. That was they are good. Period. Like they're on a hot streak, they're playing good. They are I was telling everybody that night. I've talked about this, I don't know, 5-10 times. Being at a New Year's Eve party and nobody doing anything but huddling around every TV in the building to watch the Sabres just dominate the Stars, who were on a heater themselves, one of the best teams in the league at the time. They were still one of the best teams in the league by the end of the year. And watching them just skate right over Dallas.
Yeah.
And I said, one of my best friends, Jimmy Jarvis, I was sitting next to him and I go, they're good. Like they are just good now. And that was a pretty special one.
Was that not? It's funnily enough another Dallas team. Was that not the Bills Dallas Thanksgiving game from a couple of years ago, where the Bills Josh Allen finally arrived on prime time, all of that, right? So I would say I agree with the Dallas game for the Sabres. I kind of like. Is that more of a moment though, right?
Yeah.
Are we feeling that in the moment more versus the game itself? You know,
the game was good. It was they played great, but I don't know that it was that. I think you're right. I think it's a moment and more of the momentum of them emerging and all that. I don't know how we want to weight that versus the game that we got against Tampa.
Sure.
Not that didn't have, that was for the division basically at the time. So that had the sort of stakes too. But I think that Dallas game was a good one. I like that Columbus game you mentioned, Joe.
That's a 4-1 win, by the way, the Dallas one. Multiple goals by Tage.
Tage scored a pair. That's
again, there are so many good Sabre games you could pick.
Yeah. Is there another?
Really, again, you could have. I like Game 6 against Montreal, but it's tough because they didn't win the series. You also, you could just say the Bills beating Jacksonville in the playoffs.
The Jacksonville game, sure. Could you say the Bengals game in the regular season?
The Benford pick six.
Yeah, there was some
was good.
And that was a horse race to the finish that game.
Right.
They were going quick, fire, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's true. That's a high scoring game. Snow on the field.
Kind of looks like
What?
the divisional game you lost a couple years ago, and then they beat them.
What is the situation when Benford picks that? I think they are still in trouble. The Bills.
I think that was
They needed that.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah.
No, I think they were down 3.
Yeah.
And that gave them a 4-point lead, maybe was what I'm remembering. Because I think it made it tough for Cincinnati to win it. And it gave them a lead. So I would think that makes sense.
The Bills are in the fourth quarter. They are down 28-18. And Allen drives the Bills down. Allen scores a 40-yard rushing touchdown.
Yeah, he does.
Right.
He does.
Right. He goes on a gallop.
Yeah. That pulls them to within 3. And then after that, now they're down 3, and Benford picks it, runs it in. Not yet. I mean, they're only up.
Oh, yeah.
They're only up 4,
Right.
3 or 4 at that point. Yeah, they're up 31-28 after the pick 6.
Mm-hmm.
Bengals get the ball back, 5 minutes to go. And what's the first play of the next drive? Pick again. Back-to-back interceptions.
Yep.
And then the Bills score a touchdown from there.
A.J. Epinesa interception,
Right.
by the way.
It's a pretty good game.
The one thing he was pretty good at.
Yes, he had more interceptions than Sauce Gardner did in 2024.
Sticking a hand up in the air and catching a football.
Does that outrank the Bills' playoff win?
It was pretty.
Like, that was a
What were the stakes? Did that get them into a decent spot for, did that keep the division alive?
Probably kept the division
They
alive.
were 9-4 with that win, if I'm
Right.
looking at this right now, and this is correct.
And playing New England the next week down, you probably, I don't remember exactly. I'm betting they needed that game.
I think they did, and I think we were all pretty tense about Cincinnati coming in, because we always are. And
Yep.
I think that was I don't know, Jacksonville was a hot item going in, but did anyone, you wore their colors.
You did dress like
Listen,
Trevor Lawrence.
The colors. I wore a quarter zip that happened to be teal the week of the game. I did like the Jags. I thought the Jags were the best team next to the Bills in the AFC. I
Right.
still kind of feel like they might have been.
They were good.
And that game was close.
Yes.
That game was you had moments in that game. The Cole Bishop pick to seal it.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, a look at Bills defense icing a playoff game. I thought that never happened. Allen was great. Loved I loved the debate of the QB sneak. You had that.
Right. I think I think the fact that it's a playoff win probably just slightly edges it over the Cincy game, but the Cincy game was a better game.
Yeah. I think you
All
had
right,
a category the moments later. I think the Benford pick maybe squeezes in there.
That
but
might
the
be-
playoff win kind of edges over the Bengals game.
I like that shout. I like that.
Benford for the best play and the Jags game for best game.
I would say
think
it's
I
the
agree.
fourth game in that for when we decide the inevitable winner of
Right.
the category.
All right. I like this. All right, we've established our first set of nominees. Here, one second. We got Sabres Lightning, Bills Ravens, Game 1 versus Boston, and Bills Jags as the nominees for best game of the year. We like this?
I like this.
I like it.
All right.
I think there's some good ones in here.
All right, put it up for a poll. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought, looking back on the last 2 seasons, your favorite game of the last calendar year by either team. You had a lot of great ones. The Sabres had a million great ones. The Bills had a bunch of good ones as well. It's also sad to see the stadium coming down. I want to get to that just a little bit because I think if you drove by the old stadium right now, you can't really see it because the lower bowl, of course, is underground, and the upper deck, I think, is gone now. And that's sad, but that also means I think you can't really see it driving by. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get to some Bills today as well, the current team, and what we're looking for going into training camp as we'll talk with John Harris in the 9 o'clock hour on their first opponent in Houston, but looking for your phone calls as well, 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe. Joe Callie, Owen Parker, no Jeremy today. This is WGR. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before. Because
Right.
just be Bills. It would be all Bills.
All
wouldn't it?
Bills ESPYs. And then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down, best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete,
Ooh.
best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game
Best
might be
game's good.
the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
What comes to mind immediately?
fight night comes to
Yeah,
mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
Right.
like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills nominee for this.
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have another one that was that hot. That game was hot.
Yeah.
You could make a case for the Patriots comeback.
Sure.
In Foxborough, the division is ours, and then all of a sudden, no, it ended up being theirs.
This is going to be a good exercise in Bills fans being like, oh, yeah, that game. Because you just might not have thought about last season and like the specific games in so long. Yeah, 35-31 against New England, and the Bills were down.
Multiple touchdowns at half.
Was it 3 touchdowns in
Yeah.
that game that
It
they
was
were down?
big. They were down big.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage.
One week away from training camp for the Bills as the rookies reported Orchard Park yesterday around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level contract that could be a candidate for a hold-in. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that tight end for the Lions, Sam Laporta, dealing with the herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. And the Athletics' James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in. In the NHL, Jason Robertson has re-signed with the Dallas Stars on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets, they beat the Brewers 4-0. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sabres able to get it to the line, and here comes the rush. Alex Tuch, shorthanded, scores! He's done it again! Alex Tuch, 4-1 Buffalo.
It's from the Sabres' 8-7 win over Tampa. The guy's not here anymore. He scored a power play goal and a shorthanded goal in the second period. How rare is that? Guy score a power play and a shorthanded goal in the same period?
It's a good question.
It's got to be a tough one to pull off.
He zipped away on that shorthanded goal, too.
He could skate.
He's got Tampa's number. I don't know what's up with that, but he really, he gets them. Even when Vasilevsky's in there, he scores.
Well, he's going to have to do it in Washington going forward.
Right.
That was another part of that game. Jonas Johansson was playing in that game.
Yes.
I guess the people who voted for Coach of the Year weren't watching. They must not have been watching that game. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on the best game of the season was, playing around with the little Buffalo Sports ESPYs, as looking back on last year, that kind of ends here shortly in the next few days. Training camp will get rolling, and preseason won't be long after that, and then we're off to doing things on the field and reacting to things that are happening out there. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. One other thing I want to get to before we get back into this, we could have a lot of fun with a lot of different categories here. Best play. We do have a poll up at WGR 550 at WGR 550 on Twitter if you want to vote. Sabres Lightning, the 8-7 win. Game 1 against Boston, the comeback in the third. Bills Ravens, the comeback in the fourth quarter, the opener last season. Or the Bills win over the Jags in the wild card last year for Game of the Year in Buffalo Sports. You can go vote on that now. We got Best Play. We could have fun with Comeback Player of the Year. That one I think might be easy. Could we do it right now even? Do we even need to put a vote up? Maybe we'll come up with some other nominees, but we're all thinking the same name?
I think we are all thinking the same name, right?
Samuelson?
Yes.
Has to be.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, he was so bad the previous season. I wanted him bought out, and then he just became he's like one of the 20 best defensemen in hockey.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, he's awesome now? Sweet.
Interesting. He should have been on the Olympic team.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good he was.
He was awesome.
So we'll break back into that. But yesterday, we did have a bill pop up in the NFL's top 100 list.
Yes.
the proponent of the Protector of the Year.
One of maybe 3 that we're going to see on the list. Deion Dawkins at number 57. That's above Nico Collins and above Bo Nix and above Brock Bowers. It's silly now that they're doing it 2 at a time, but we get Dawkins yesterday, and that is down a little bit, 15 spots for him from the previous season. But on Dawkins, quickly, because here we go to training camp, and I don't know if it's true, but I'd seen, because he was at this Fanatics Fest, right, over the weekend. I'd seen, a couple of the aggregator accounts talking about Dawkins and what a punishment might be if you come into camp overweight for the Bills. And I don't know if that's even real or not, so I don't even want to say what it is.
Right. Yeah.
But Dawkins has been posting on Instagram a lot about he is really watching what he's eating, and he's maybe on a different conditioning plan this offseason because he wanted to play at a little bit of a lower weight and thought he could get better results doing that. And after the season ended, suddenly everybody just decided that Dawkins had a down year. That's how it felt for me, because during the year, I don't remember that really being the case. There was only one game that I remember having a big problem with him, as it was happening, and it was the Houston game. And part of that might not have even been his fault, because the story was about they didn't leave running backs in to help block against their studs they had on the Houston side of things, who we'll talk about later on, and that Brown had been battling with an injury, and they kind of left their tackles out on islands, and they weren't able to handle it. Other than that game, I don't really remember where there was this big issue with Deion Dawkins. But even in the Jeremy Fowler list from last week, he makes honorable mention as one of the best offensive tackles in football. But right there is a quote from an NFC executive that is talking about Dawkins and how good he is and how talented he is, but that he actually throws in at the end sometimes there's a inconsistent effort there.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that is the thing that people had an issue with Dawkins on, because when I looked at the season he just had, it was nothing that really jumped off the page to me. I'm not staring at the linemen when these games are happening, I have to admit. And also, like, all the numbers looked fine. Like, he allowed 7.5% pressure rate last year. That was 7th best among all tackles in football. He was left out on an island as much as almost any offensive tackle in football last year, and still had those numbers along with it. Did not allow a lot of sacks. So what was the problem? Just the effort? Was the problem maybe even somewhere internally that they wanted him to play at a lower weight and that was the issue? I'm not sure. But all I know is we had a week where we were like, are they going to trade him?
Right.
And I just never got it. I think he has been tremendous. He's always been a big part of the community. I think he's still pretty well liked by fans. I know he had that weird... There was a week where we were going to trade him. There was another week where he was talking about going to play for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, that did happen on one of those neon streamer.
Yeah, he was on a stream with neon.
Yeah.
I think that was just being caught up in a silly moment.
It was on April Fool's, I believe.
Right.
No, it was around April Fool's.
Like the next
Thereabouts.
day, maybe.
Yeah.
March 30th.
Right.
Like, that's a couple days early. I don't know. I don't think we do April Fool's Day early.
Okay.
That's uneasy there, Dion. I remember when all that buzz started about Dion and whether, what to do with him. And I never understood it either. And my where I got to on it was, I think part of it was likely he's been around a long time. And a lot of the guys have been around a long time, but him almost longer than anybody at this point. And I think at a certain point, people get tired. And I think he had one game this year where it was easy to point at him and say, what's up with that? What's going on with Dion? And I think that game was probably just because he got bonked on the head real hard. Remember, that was
Right,
it,
that's
right?
right.
He was concussed.
Concussion.
And he was trying to play. And, I don't know, would we not a year ago all be like, wow, what a warrior. I mean, that's stupid. Don't do that. But, shout out to Dion for trying to fight through it. And that never really happened. It was just what's wrong with him?
Right.
He's letting Josh get touched. And I think that was part of it, was that Josh was under a little more pressure than he had been in years past, where it looked a little more uncomfortable.
He took a career high in sacks, too, right? Yeah.
And so I think there was a very distinct moment where it was like, we're allowed to be mad now. This is the guy we can be mad at. He's been around for forever. Can we what's up? And I think that happens sometimes with players in places they've been for a long time. Is well, we've always loved this guy. He's never had any issue, but we're upset and we don't have a real good reason right now. So we're going to direct it somewhere. I think that's a lot of where the Dion stuff came from. Honestly, I really do, because I think he had a fine year. I never noticed him being necessarily bad.
No.
I thought maybe at times he looked maybe a little slower than he had in years past, but I was never worried about him.
No.
And if I'm not worried about my left tackle, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So,
and a lot of people look at that, like you mentioned, the Houston game, and really point the finger at that, where he was not maybe finishing on every play and just kind of standing up and not going to the whistle, if you will, right? And I think that's where people get frustrated with last season's performance. But that's one instance, right? There might be two or three total, but it's not the whole season.
That game, he suffered a concussion during the Houston game. He was evaluated on the sideline, was cleared to return. But then he exhibited concussion-like symptoms the next day, entered the league's concussion protocol. He missed the following game against Pittsburgh.
right.
So he had a concussion.
He was concussed and trying to play football.
They just didn't either see it or
Or
let him go through, whatever.
Because that happens all the time, and nobody can tell me that
Right.
it doesn't.
So if that's his worst game of the year, I mean, he certainly played it concussed.
Right.
And I'm not telling you that it was his best season, but
No, of
again,
course.
7th lowest pressure rate allowed by any tackle in the league, minimum 200 pass block snaps. He also allowed the 3rd lowest pressure rate when he was one-on-one. So when you left him one-on-one with an edge rusher, he was 3rd best in football. And he was left out there at one of the highest rates in football. So he did it as often as anybody. I've got no tight end. I've got no running back. Think of how he lines up sometimes. He's sometimes like a mile away from the guard.
Yeah, his split is crazy wide.
I'm just going out there on an island, and I'm going one-on-one with this guy, and he's the third best in football at his position at it. That was a down year.
Right.
Take that any day of the week,
I don't
right?
know.
Exactly. And he's dropped a bunch of, what has he lost? Like 40 pounds, I saw?
He said he's
lost
dropped a lot.
ton of weight.
Yeah.
And like
Lighter than when he first started or something like that?
I think
he
he's
said
very
something?
light for what he has typically been. And like, I don't know. If a guy at that age can still do that, like to be able to just, all right, I'm going to work on it this summer. I'm going to shed 40 pounds or whatever. If it's 20, great. But like that to me shows that he's, even if it was not that bad of a year, like we're discussing and I think essentially proving at this point, that he still feels I've got more here.
All right, the commitment is there.
I'm gonna give all I got. And we heard the quotes the other day where he's talking about like, if I'm not the number one tackle in the league, I got to do better. And he talks about Brady, and he's talking about everybody.
He's holding everyone accountable.
Like, that guy has always been one of the heartbeats of that room to me, and I never got moving off of him, especially like the year he had. It just never made any sense to me.
Aaron Schatz in February, who has an All-Pro vote, he voted for Dawkins as his first-team All-Pro left tackle from last season, and he wrote about Schatz is great. Like he'll write out like, this is why I voted for everybody the way I did, and he said that for linemen he uses a combination of ESPN's win rate stats, SIS total points, and then also eye test word of mouth from opinions of like offensive line expert Brandon Thorne, who he knows and talks to. Okay. Dawkins, he writes, last season ranked first in SIS total points among all left tackles in the league. ESPN had him second among all tackles in pass block win rate, 12th in run block win rate, and that's why he put him number one.
And in a down year.
So, a guy that does his homework, talks to the people that understand the position, looks at the numbers. He decided a year ago that he was the best left tackle in football. I don't know.
Yeah.
At the same time, this I don't want to say that all of that noise came from nowhere with him. That maybe there was a message to him that, hey, we'd like you to play at this weight and we'd like you to be a little more consistent, your effort to be a little more consistent, whatever. The money, follow the money. In sports, I always feel like you got to follow the money.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The Bills have had a lever to pull with Dawkins' contract all off season that they have not pulled that could create a good amount of cap space. And one reason, there could be two reasons why you wouldn't do that. One, you never actually find yourself a player that's worth doing that for. Right. If we had gotten a Myles Garrett, we would have done it. If we had gotten a player of a higher caliber, then we would go do that right now.
Right, we're talking about A.J. Brown back in a couple months ago or whatever.
Right, some veteran like that. We just didn't feel the need to do it.
Right.
The other reason you could do it or not do it is you don't want to commit Dawkins to commit to him further, because at the moment it's kind of like a one-year deal.
Right.
If it didn't go well for him this season for whatever reason, and he had a bad year, and they said, okay, 33 years old, we're ready to walk away. Next season, if the Bills don't touch his contract, they could save, if they post June 1 it, by cutting him, they would save $20 of the $25 million.
Yep.
That makes it so that
it's a nice ripcord in case you have to pull it.
Like I don't actually think he had a bad season at all. But I think if he were to have one this year, then
you've got a way out.
I think they could be done.
Right.
Or it'd be possible. It'd be at least be possible that they would be done. 803-0550. If you're on hold, we'll get to you. We've got more of our awards game that we're playing with here. We got to get the best play. I want to update the vote on what everyone thinks the best game of the year was in Buffalo sports. And then we've got Brian Fisher on Patrick Kane coming up at 7:30. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before.
Right.
Just be Bills. It would be all Bills.
All
wouldn't
Bills ESPYs. And then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down: best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete,
Ooh.
best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game might be
good.
the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
What comes to mind immediately?
fight night comes to
Yeah,
mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
Right.
like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills nominee for this.
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have another one that was that hot. That game was hot.
Yeah.
You could make a case for the Patriots comeback.
Sure.
In Foxborough, the division is ours, and then all of a sudden, no, it ended up being theirs.
This is going to be a good exercise in Bills fans being like, oh, yeah, that game. Because you just might not have thought about last season and like the specific games in so long. Yeah, 35-31 against New England, and the Bills were down.
multiple touchdowns at half.
Was it 3 touchdowns in
Yeah.
that game that
It
they
was
were down?
big. They were down big.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage.
Playing around with some Buffalo Sports ESPYs. We'll get an update on that coming back here. Do we like the new Jets white uniforms?
Talk about not reinventing the wheel in any kind of a way.
Yeah.
I think that's just the same old, is it not? I get it. The helmet and all that's different, but they acted like they revealed this brand new thing, and it's just more of pretty much the
Right.
same.
Yeah, I was watching the video, the little video they did, the dramatic edit. I'm like, oh, cool, new Jets uniforms. Maybe this will be good. And I'm watching it. I'm like, there's a flash of white. I'm like, okay, more white. I'm like,
Right.
what What happened?
Well, I'm not sure.
What's different?
I'm not sure they've ever had good uniforms.
Right.
It's not much you can do with gangrene.
Like the ones I saw yesterday, I'm like, all right, these are fine.
Yeah.
I actually think they're one of the better uniform sets they've probably ever had, but they've never had good uniform sets.
Right.
I don't think I like the black uniforms they have, so this is an upgrade to that.
Oh, the black ones are terrible.
Yeah.
The blacks, the black jerseys are not.
You lose the green.
Look so flat. You look so flat. The Jays wear a uniform like that too. The Blue Jays do.
Yeah.
And it's too muted. I don't know. I need more. If you're gonna do a black jersey like that, I almost think you need, like, if you're gonna have color on it too, like a real pop to make it sort of
the Sabres, black and red.
contrast. Sure, right. Like that works for me because there's that pop of red, and that helps. But like the black with like a dark blue or something, like or the dark green is just I don't jive with that.
I think they're the worst uniforms in the uniform history in sports.
Yeah.
No.
They've never been good.
No.
The classic ones, none of them. When we come back, what's the greatest game of the year in Buffalo sports? What's the best play? What's your favorite play that you saw in the last year? Maybe it's a Beck Malenstein goal, because there could be a couple of those. 803-0550 is the phone number. Brian Fisher, I'm Patrick Kane, coming up at 7:30 here on WGR.
1 week away from training camp for the Bills as the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday, looking around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level deal that could be a candidate for a hold-in as well. Seahawks, they've signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. The Athletics' James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could also be a training camp hold-in. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, who's been dealing with a herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. In the NHL, Jason Robertson has re-signed with the Dallas Stars on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets, they beat the Brewers 4-0. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Play of the year? The candidate.
Got to find out.
Potentially.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. It's chilly out.
Is it really?
In context.
Yeah,
Everyone get off my back for a second
Thank
here.
you for adding that.
In context.
Appreciate that.
It was
a pile on.
The first number I saw when I woke up and checked the temperature was a 5. Okay.
I am wearing pants today.
Yeah, I did see that. That's
Wow.
crazy. I mean, I'm wearing a long sleeve.
Pants.
I'm wearing pants.
You're wearing
today.
long sleeve and you're wearing pants?
Mm-hmm.
They are fairly light.
Light pants.
Almost linen-y. Even a little shorter than a standard pant. They're a summery pant, but they're a pant.
A summery pant. I know exactly what you mean.
The
without-
linen.
yeah.
They
like-
may be something that you would hate on Tommy Fleetwood. Maybe is what.
No.
what I'm wearing.
Whoa, oh, wait. So you're saying like the
They're a little-
bottoms
They're
are
a little. They're a little big.
boxy.
Yeah.
Wait, so they're short and boxy?
Not
Ooh, that combo's
for me.
dastardly.
They are a little short.
Okay.
They're not short on normal people.
Are they short on purpose?
A little.
Okay, because that's fine to me. Fleetwood had his pants like over the back of his shoes.
There was a shot. So I know you guys don't like the big pants, you and Jeremy, and my dad is also anti big pants.
Yeah.
And sorry to derail our ESPYs thing here.
No, do it.
We were watching the Open on Sunday, and we had just gotten home from playing in we call it the Delaware Open. It was a great event that the guys at Delaware had us for. Shout out to them. It was awesome. And then we get home, we're watching the Open on 18. There's a shot of Fleetwood making his last putt, and he's standing, and it's a shot from behind, and it's above, and the pants. It was a moment I could not defend the pants. It looked
Right.
like the pants were folded on his body. Like it looked like they had been like the ankle was folded, but it was just so much pants.
Yeah.
That it was like it was really. He looked at me and knew, and I was like, I don't. Those are good pants. I know you're gonna say they're 8 sizes too big, but they're good pants.
How do you even walk around like this, though? I don't get it. If
Right? Wouldn't it be annoying to walk around? I
No,
mean,
it's not. It's pants.
with pants hanging over my shoe?
his pants are so long that it's like It's I think he's going too far with the new trend.
It's so swaggy though. It's so swaggy.
See, I can never wear that big of a pant. I just know I'm not pulling that off.
I would
be
rock
annoying.
Those pants.
Yeah.
I'd rock the exact pants.
I'm not a
Tommy was
skinny
wearing.
jeans guy. Like, I'm not that far.
If you,
I like a jogger here and there.
I will slice your skinny jeans off you with like a box cutter if you try and come at me with some skinny jeans and say that that's a better look than the Fleetwood big pants look.
Did everyone have a skinny jeans face? Joe, do you have a skinny jeans face?
Yeah, skinny-ish.
I never had a skinny jeans face. I just had athletic cut, if you will.
Maybe that's what I
That's-
had. I don't
yeah.
remember.
Yeah, I mean, I used to
But-
like even when I was playing, I didn't like my suits to be like tight pant suits, and a lot of guys wore like skin tight pant suits.
Seen that, yeah.
And like that would
that are halfway up their shin.
come on.
I mean-
right.
Fleetwood also is one to just like he's wearing cardigans out on the course.
It's
like
awesome.
He's making fashion statements.
I think he's just trying stuff and see if it sticks.
Yeah, and it's great.
He's gonna show up wearing jeans at some point.
Would they allow him to play?
Not to get way too deep on the green carpet here, but did you see Burns' pants?
No.
It looked like he was wearing jeans. He was wearing like the material and the color weren't super jeany, but the stitching and the pockets, and it was like he had like a lighter. There was like a lighter slot. Like, you know how some jeans have the tiny little pocket that is literally could only be for a lighter.
Yes.
So you can like hack darts. He had that pocket in his jeans, and I was like, "What's up with the?" I kind of like it. I like his look, but like they were also really skinny, but whatever. They had like jean elements going on, and I was thrown. Felt like something that would be frowned upon at the open.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking now.
The big pants are much more the open speed.
I see the pocket you're referring to.
Right?
Odd. I would be rooting for the fashion trend to be at least something tapered down at the ankle because Fleetwood, like, I just would be annoyed. I think I'm going to be stepping on my own pants.
That would really bother me.
You got to think about these guys are so, I mean, you think he's not got these pants tailored to the quarter inch?
That's a good point.
Like that, he knows exactly where his pants are hanging.
Right.
Those things aren't touching the ground.
Yeah, he can be a little bit more
Those pants will never touch earth. They will always be on as close as they could get, but they will always be there. Mm-hmm. Anyways, best play.
So did you have to break the pants out for today, or did you just have them ready to go?
No, I got them ready to go.
Because you will put the shorts away, right, at some point, and then they're just away for the winter.
There's a small subsection of each grouping, pants and shorts, that stay out for me. Like there's a few
for the
pairs
versatility factor.
Yeah, like summery pants and some workout shorts, mostly in the winter, is what I keep out. But I will have a couple of pairs of shorts out in the winter too.
It was nice to walk outside this morning. I'm not gonna lie to you, even though it was cooler at 50-something degrees. You take a sniff in and you just feel football. Like Jeremy was talking about yesterday, football weather. Like you felt it this morning.
Does that make your list, Joe? Your football's back list?
No, not quite.
I didn't say
not
football's
quite. He's
back.
getting close. He did not say football's back.
Encroaching.
The first 50-degree day, football's back.
I've got a list. Be careful out there. Football. You can't say football is back because the rookies reported to training camp. Tomorrow morning will be like this as well, where it'll be a low of 55 in the morning. And, we'll climb into the 60s today, but you get a nice cool next couple of days. Yesterday, a bit of a washout.
I'm going to play some golf in this.
Bit of a washout. Holy cow, was it
Sorry, you're right. Flash flood warning.
Right.
It's 60 right now. 803-0550 is the phone number. Updating our poll. We're figuring out what the best game of the year was in Buffalo sports, and we have a pretty clear number one, which is Tampa 8-7.
Right.
Yeah, fight night.
That is the game. Bills-Ravens week 1 is in a pretty distant second, and then game 1, Sabres and Boston after that. I mean, a game's got to be perfect if it is beating out first playoff game in 14 years. It's in your building. You're playing one of your most hated teams in a Sabre fan's life.
Yes.
And you came back from 2 goals down, didn't they? In the third period?
I think so.
Yeah,
it was a 2-goal deficit. So. And you won that game in regulation, and that is not beating a different game from your own season, but that's how perfect the 8-7 game was.
Right.
803-0550 is the phone number. So see how that one goes. Buffalo Sports ESPYs here, as we are 1 week away from training camp, so we're rounding out the offseason here. What is the play of the year? Or what should be nominated for the play of the year?
Well, I think we talked about one and played the clip coming back into this segment, the Benford pick 6 in the Bengals game. I think that's a play of the year nominee, right?
Yeah. I would put the game 6 Boston goal, Doan to Benson, splitting Pasternak McAvoy, winning the series is up there.
Okay, I like that.
That might be my favorite one.
It's definitely my favorite, but I'm ultra biased to it because I was there.
Well, I mean, but it was the emotion involved in that play, too. It is close. You don't want to go to Game 7. And the play is really Doan. Benson actually finishes great.
It's a great shot.
It's a great shot for a guy who doesn't typically have great shots because it's like the one weakness of his game.
Right.
And he did great. right? Like, if there was ever a time for Zach Benson to pull out the best shot of his career,
that was it.
He did it. But Doan fought off the guys on Boston. It was that makes it even better too. It's not just that he wins the race and he takes that giant smack into the boards after the play, and that he outfights two guys. It was McAvoy and Pasternak,
Right.
that he did that to.
Yeah, and there was so much of that to me was wrapped up in those two players did it, and they to me represent the future of the organization and the team and really everything that you want a Sabre to be. Both those guys to me are that. Like Doan and Benson they seem like not only incredibly fun players to watch because of their tenacity and their desire to win and their skill, but they also seem like great dudes and they're good kids. I know Doan's a great kid. I haven't personally spent any time with him, but I've got a bunch of buddies that play with him in Chicago and the Steel.
He's a goofball. That clip of him and Tage Thompson and put your big boy pants on, right? Like that whole thing.
And like that, to me, them making that play, clinching that series, bringing them back into playoff winning hockey for the first time was so impactful that it just was like all the cosmic stars aligning to like, Buffalo fans, here is your retribution. Here it is. Here are your kids. They're incredible. They're fun. You love them. And here's their play. And here's the win. And here's everything you wanted. And so that, to me, is I will not be able to say anything else is a better moment than that or a better play than that.
That play is incredible.
It's awesome.
I mean, if we were going to throw in a couple of others, that the Benford pick six, because of the game, the opponent, the snow, if you want it. The thing that's impressive about Benford's pick six against the Bengals, and again, like this might be a little tough because you got to go a little ways back for some of these Bills plays. Some of them are 9 months ago, 10 months ago. The Benford play, what I remember about that was he said after the game, I'm not supposed to do that. That when I'm coming out on a blitz on the edge like that, I'm told not to jump.
Right.
Because that's the quarterback's going to try to bait me and either take off running or he's going to pump fake and throw it somewhere else. And I think you remember him saying that he was, I don't think he said he did it by mistake. I think he said he did it because it was Burrow.
I think he knew. I think if I'm remembering right, he kind of had an inkling that this was a play or maybe a read that he had.
Yes.
Or he had seen it before or something, and he was like, I think I got this. And he took a shot and did it. And, I mean, couldn't have worked out any better.
Right. Like Burrow, is not going to take off running.
Exactly.
If he pulls it down.
Yeah, he's not going to Lamar, like, spin move you and you're, in the dirt.
Right. Takes one of the options away, and he capitalized on it.
That is his signature play so far of his Bills career.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent player. He's been paid. He's played, big games for them. But this is the moment that he's had so far. So that would be definite top of mind for a Bills play. Doesn't there have to be an Allen play somewhere on here?
I was just thinking.
But what would you pick?
Right. I was also like the hook and ladder.
That I was just about to say the hook and ladder.
Which one? There
Right.
were three.
And they all lost. They all
Yeah.
resulted
So
in
it's-
losses.
Listen, I might want to just burn the hook and ladder.
It's
Unless
ki-
you just want to
yeah.
say the hook and ladder in general. It is a play,
Right.
but no.
Are we
right?
getting macro enough or micro enough, I should say, to be removing context? Because do we have a moment? Is there a moment category as well as a play category?
Copying the ESPYs, there is no moment.
Okay,
category that I've
then
seen.
good. Okay, then no is the answer to my question,
Correct.
and then that
Yeah.
completely. Then no more hook and ladder.
Could
See you
it be a special teams play?
Why is there a special teams play that comes to mind?
Well, Ray Davis in the Texans game was like crazy and kept them in the game with
Right.
return touchdown, like all of
Yeah,
that. And he got
that
a
was
first team
good.
All-Pro for it. I mean, I agree. The two we have now are the two that probably would be argued for the play of the year. And the Sabres one definitely,
yeah,
insider tip might be the winner.
it's tough
but
to pick a play that they lost the game in,
Sure. That's the problem.
unless the play is so spectacular, like a guy jumps over two guys and spin moves and like goes like if the Terrence McGee kick return against the Saints in 2004 comes to mind for me. Like that, I don't know if the Bills won that game or not. It doesn't matter. That play is just an insane athletic feat.
Yeah, if the Bills had lost the Niners game where Allen throws the ball to Cooper tosses it back to him, and then gets in the end zone.
Yeah, right.
I'm still going to say that's a pretty good play.
Right. But I don't think you can say anything from the Houston game because they lost that game. The way I would say you can't pick any of the hook and ladder plays. Again, these are not Allen plays, which are incredible.
Ooh,
Allen threw a long touchdown to Tyrell Shavers in the Tampa game.
Yeah, and he was bumping around a little bit there and then found him deep.
That was a big one. I mean, he has a 40-yard touchdown run in the Cincy game we referenced earlier.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Hot Dirt and Chat with a good shout here. This is kind of a good one. Prater's field goal to seal the Ravens game. Like, Prater had just shown up.
Yeah, that's right.
And that was like a
coaching his kids' team.
We got the guy. What's going to happen here? And then he nails it.
How long is that field goal, though?
That's what I need to know. For if it's going to qualify for this conversation to me, it's got to be 50.
Also, I'm watching the Allen 40-yard touchdown run. It's a 40-yard touchdown run, so I'm not trying to take credit away from him. But there's no one in the picture once he crosses the line of scrimmage.
Right.
No one ever comes within 10 yards of him. So it's just a jog to the end zone.
Right. 32-yard field goal for Prater in week one. So it's just
you're not picking a 32-yard field goal. If you win the Super Bowl on a 32-yard field goal, we could pick the 32-yard field goal.
Sure.
Otherwise, no.
Especially in this town.
I mean, that game has plays. I mean, there's the Ed Oliver strip from Derrick Henry. There's a great play to Josh Palmer on that final drive.
Right.
Coleman had a bunch.
Michael Hoyt's 7 minutes of fame. I mean,
the tipped touchdown to Coleman I wouldn't pick because I don't like putting a lucky play unless it is so miraculous.
Like there was some divine intervention or something like crazy. Yeah.
Butt fumble, so sort of a thing.
Yeah, sure, right. Like something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would want to say this play by Coleman. I'm still searching for the right Allen play. I think you got to put in. Allen has a bunch of important QB sneak touchdowns. So I'm not putting a QB sneak in there.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Allen? James Cook had a great run against the Jets in week 2. If you go way back,
cut it back and that was gnarly.
Long touchdown run by James Cook.
Yeah, I need somebody to tell me there's an Allen play that we're forgetting about here.
I mean,
I don't think there was though.
I just went to YouTube and I'm like, let me just pull up top 10 Josh Allen plays. There's got to be something on here. The first video is from the NFL page, Josh Allen 2025 season highlights. Guess how many minutes it is? 51 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Certainly there must be a play in here that qualifies.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Matt in Buffalo. What's up, Matt?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
There was a Zach Benson shift in the playoffs that I think ended up with his goal that he just outworked 5 guys. And that to me was the oh wow, we're in for a bunch of good years of hockey, and that might be the defining shift of a season of the year for all of Buffalo sports. The Benson pick 6 was cool, but
yeah.
Benson outworked 3 guys, got the puck, and then put it in the back of the net. It was this is what we've been missing for 17, 18, 20 years. So I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but that in my head stuck out as, oh, wow, this is going to be a fun ride.
I'm glad you brought this play up, Matt, because I watched this shift the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Benson, this is again going to be tough because they lose the game, but they are down in the second period. Benson, this is the play before they chant Benny in the crowd.
Yes.
And the jersey sellout during the intermission. Benson, just watch. You can find this play and watch it.
It's
just
incredible.
Take 90 seconds and watch it. He loses the puck and even falls to the ice at one point, and he's never out of the fight.
It's incredible.
He stays in the fight to the very end. The guys he creates the turnover on, it's a 1-on-2 forecheck. Once he loses it, the Sabres, there's no cavalry coming. It is you're
it's
either
just him.
You're creating this turnover, or we're gonna have 4 back ready to defend. And it's Benson against Lane Hudson and Noah Dobson.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 best defensemen on Montreal can't get it past this guy. and then he scores the goal.
Right. He like fights it out, beats out both those guys like twice each, and then finds his way to the back door and gets the tap in.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was before or after this shift that I had tweeted out. I was I'm at this game covering the game, and I'm like, nobody's noticing other than maybe this play, but Benson that whole night was eating Hudson's lunch all night, just bullying him in the corner. Like, it was really impressive, and not necessarily like physically, not really, because like they're both pretty small guys, but it was like little cutback stuff and body positioning and just so smart and savvy, and he was just dominating.
He was
that kid, and Hudson is a witch doctor. He is incredible, and he was just like, good luck, buddy. You're screwed over here with me. I'm gonna beat you down. And it was awesome. And then that play and that again, it's part of why I love the game 6 play so much.
Yeah.
It's like that is what, to me, this organization should represent, is like that kind of hockey.
The river hockey stuff, right? Like just being a gnat, if you will. I was sitting in the lower bowl for that game, and I remember just watching him annihilate Hudson, like you said, the entire game, and then I was on the side where he scores that goal, and my jaw was on the floor.
The Allen play, I think I found the right Allen play.
Okay.
So we got this Benson play. We've got the Benford pick 6. We have got the Doan to Benson game 6 winner. The play of Allen's season is in the playoffs against Jacksonville. The Bills are down 4 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. It is 1st and 10 at their own 45. And Allen drops back, and here comes a free blitzer, Devin Lloyd, right at him, and he chucks the ball deep to Brandon Cooks for a catch at the 20-yard line. And I remember watching breakdowns of this play, what Allen had to see before it came open with a guy in his face. Like, I don't think this would be the play of the year if we put it up to a vote, but that is the most impressive play Allen made all year. You are in the pocket, off your back foot. It is the playoffs. You are down. You need a touchdown. You are on the road. Here comes a great linebacker, free, wasn't touched by any of your linemen. And your free agent addition from November off waivers is not even open yet. And you just have already dissected everything in your mind to know this ball needs to go there. I'm just going to fling it down there, and it's right on the money.
Yeah, and all that plus the physical ability to launch that football the way he did.
And get hit.
Right, and soak up a massive lick off a guy.
That's not going to win this, but that's my Allen play.
That's
That's the best play of his season.
Yeah, I agree.
You got a 40-yard run against Cincinnati where, like, nobody came near him. Like, this was the play. 803-0550. If you got a thought, best play, best game, let us know what you think. We'll spend a couple of minutes on Patrick Kane when we come back, because the Chicago GM said some things yesterday about the odds that he comes to Chicago. It's either the Blackhawks or the Sabres, according to many. Chris Chelios, one of them. And I don't know, it kind of feels like the Sabres are the favorite, or they're at least a coin flip with Chicago to land him. And Brian Fisher covers the Red Wings, Locked On Red Wings. Watched them all year. Tell us what he's got left in the tank and more next on WGR.
1 week away from training camp for the Bills, the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with the herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. In the Athletics, James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in as well. In the NHL, Jason Robertson is re-signed with the Dallas Stars on a 1-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets, they beat the Brewers 4-0. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
And a race for the loose puck. Buffalo not sending too many in. Now 3. Here's a chance in front. Scores! Big hit in the corner. Doan is on the ice picking himself up after Zach Benson finishes the play. But what an effort by Doan to race down the ice and sacrifice himself on that play. And the Sabres are up 3-1 with 14:02 to go in the third.
Love Robs. Ha! So good.
It happened so much this year, and it was always like such a. If I was in that locker room, I would be telling everybody, "You got a ha last night.
Yeah.
You got the Rob Ray ha."
It's funny. It went from an to a ha. Like, because there was that Philly game where it just was not going right for them. It was the entire time.
Right.
It's great.
I want to get to calls here. Ricky and Ryan have a couple of good nominees for Play of the Year. We've not put a poll up yet we're doing some Buffalo Sports ESPYs today. Got a week until training camp. I think we've got it down what's going to win best game. It's going to be 8-7 fight night against Tampa. And
dominating the polls.
Yeah, it's pretty up there, yeah.
There are other good candidates, but that one stands alone. Best play, we haven't put a poll up yet because I think we got a good conversation and good debate about what the other nominees should be. I think what's locked in, of course, that play right there.
Right.
Benson Doan. And the Benford pick six. The other two, though, I think are pretty up in the air. Mm-hmm. We did not mention, before we get to calls here, someone pointed this out to Twitter. I think this on Twitter that we didn't even mention it. And I think this is a bad job to not mention it because this is probably more the moment is more impressive than the play. Although the play's got some impressive parts about it too. But Samuelson's winner in Game 1 against Boston.
Yeah.
When the roof blows off the building.
I mean, that's a moment.
The play there is made by Jack Quinn.
Yes.
He dances his way out, back towards the point. He sees Samuelson, puts it on the tape.
Yeah, zips a seam pass that was really nice. Seeing eye sort of pass. That play.
But a great shot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Sammy can rip it. I mean, he's got a shot on him. Like, how many times did he score from a good distance this year? I mean, he beat Vasilevsky from way out. He beat obviously
Jonathan Quick from a bad angle.
Right. I think he got Vasilevsky on a bad angle as well. I think he scored one from right up by the blue line on like a rush wrist shot, and also one from like the goal line.
Yeah. In
the same way. So
I mean,
that's a great play that we definitely should have remembered to mention.
Including playoffs, he scored 16 goals last season.
That's psychotic.
He had scored 7 in his previous 5 seasons.
That's unbelievable.
He scored 16.
7 in the previous 5 seasons is nuts.
It's gonna be a good play for this. I like my Allen Jacksonville play.
That's a good
Ricky in Lancaster's got another Allen play. What's up, Ricky?
Hey, so I haven't heard anybody mention it yet. The Bengals game, 4th and 4, down 11, in the snow, scrambling right, off his back leg between 4 defenders, somehow finds Shakir for that touchdown that ignites the comeback.
Okay. This is do you remember when in the game this play was?
Fourth quarter, 7 minutes left.
Okay. And yeah. I'm going to find it.
In the window of like 3 guys. I think anybody watching couldn't believe that the ball got there.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Ricky, for the call. Do you guys remember this play?
I remember, now that he's saying no one could believe the ball got there, I remember the commentators just being absolutely stunned that he placed the ball where he did to hit Shakir in the end zone.
Was it like a layered throw where he had to throw it like kind of over one guy and like drop it in? I think I remember this throw, and it was absurd.
I'm almost positive because he's right. That ignited the comeback, and then Benford helps that, of course, doing what he did. But yeah, this was a pretty remarkable play, and like only Josh Allen would make that play, if I'm remembering it correctly. But as he was taking you through it, it started flashing back into my brain.
I'm looking for when in the game it is. Okay, I have found it. It was a little bit off on the time, but we got there.
Okay.
It was not the fourth quarter. It was the second quarter.
Okay.
And they were.
There was a 2-minute warning and all that. It's pretty similar.
4th and 4 at the 11-yard line. So you had that part right. Mm-hmm. And they were down 14-3. So you know what? Listen, second quarter, that's still a big play there because you're down 11. And you're in scoring position, and your coach is going for it. And if you don't get it, this is what could like kind of how the playoff game went. You just get too far behind, and then like
you're asleep.
You're playing catch up. And
so if you don't do something here, like the game probably doesn't go your way. And it is how he described it. Allen is running around, and he's can't find anybody. And you're right, like I don't know how this ball makes it to Khalil Shakir. But it does. That's a good one. Let's go to Ryan in Buffalo. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to call about the Josh's game against the Dolphins in Week 2. Back when he threw for 400 yards, his first 400-yard game. Mm-hmm. That's just a game that always I think about with him because it was just like, wow, this guy, he might be the guy. So even with all the plays before that, but. I don't know. That's the game that always sticks to me.
Yeah, the week 3 game last year, early in the season.
No, it was back in like 2020.
Oh, okay.
I think because like I can't stand the Dolphins, so it's like just get it done.
Yeah.
Type of game, and came out like locked in with 400 plus yards. I was like, oh wow, this is crazy.
Yeah. Thanks Ryan for the call. He had a couple plays against Miami last year too?
Yes, he did. He tends to every season.
So I was at the road game in Miami a year ago. It's the worst road game I've ever been to.
Yeah, tough one.
Yeah, rained hard, 1,000,000 degrees. They got destroyed by a bad Dolphins team. Still one of the most dumbfounding losses since Allen's been their quarterback. But in that game, I think it happened a couple of times, but Allen reversing field in his own backfield.
Looping around.
Getting around all the rushers, finding, I think Curtis Samuel had a big play in that game on a 3rd and long, and I was sitting like 7th row in the end zone, right staring at where he was. So I was like the best seat in the house for him looping back towards where we were sitting, and then that was one where I think on TV you wouldn't have been able to see the guy come open.
Right.
And we all the Bills fans in our section, which was most of them, all like almost made a noise because we all saw the guy come open.
That's always a fun,
The same moment Allen really saw him come open and got him for, I think it was like 3rd and 12 or 13 or something.
Right.
Wouldn't pick that because they lost the game.
Sure.
And lost it easily. But
it is funny how many, like we talk about, well, we can't really think of an Allen play. It's because there's like one every game.
Right.
That's really what it is.
The sample size is too great.
There's too many incredible things that he does that we just all take so much for granted. Like that he's capable of doing these things and does them so often. Like so many guys are capable of making a play like this.
Yeah.
But it happens like twice a year.
Yeah.
Like Josh does something like this every single week he plays football.
Multiple times in games a lot of the time. It's not just a one-off. It's multiple times. It's like how we live so close to Niagara Falls. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world, and we just take it for granted, right? And then people flock tourist-wise to go see it.
Yeah.
It's the same deal.
The plays don't stand out as much because there are so many of them. And, why does a highlight reel Beck Malenstein goal stand out from last season? Tage Thompson probably had 5 goals almost as impressive or close to it. But when Beck Malenstein does, it's like, oh, I never see that from him.
Right.
So you'll remember the Ilya Lyubushkin overtime goal forever. Why?
Yes.
Because not the goal was insane. It was because who scored it? Yeah, that's
and then Gummy Bear played after. What?
Yeah, that'll make us work a little harder on the Allen part of this, but I think we're discovering here that he's got
Plenty.
lot of that you could choose from.
Plenty to pick from.
Rob in Connecticut's next. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Joe. What's going on? Long
Morning.
time no talk. Hello, Owen. How are you doing? And,
Good.
I was sitting there thinking, I was listening to you guys, which I always enjoy listening to, and I figured, what the heck? It's a cross between the Sabres and the Bills, so we'll call it the Buffspies. I thought that would be a great name, the Buffspies. As far as the play of the game for the Bills, I was kind of pulled towards the Christian Benford, and also as far as the game of the year, I would have to go with Jacksonville on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm thinking you guys were talking about Deion Dawkins as well, and I wanted to throw that in there. With him losing the weight, I think that's going to help him, and he's going to focus more on strength and conditioning, which is going to help him to move a little bit faster. And hopefully he'll have a better year this year. But I'm enjoying what you guys are doing with this Buffspies, and we'll continue to move forward. And have a great day, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rob, for the call. Not many are answering the Jacksonville game, but it was a playoff win.
Right.
Yes, it was.
And there were moments. Cole Bishop had the pick to seal that game. He had a more impressive play earlier in the season.
The diving sort of pick.
That the Saints game?
One-handed pick in the end zone, I think, against the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he had not broken out yet. Like, it was still, this guy struggled a ton as a rookie, and we're only a couple of games in. I don't remember thinking anything poorly about him through a couple games, but nothing like, okay, he's about to burst onto the scene. And then there he is, flying through the air and grabbing it with one hand in a game that was still close. Halftime, I think. Maybe it was right before the half. Whenever it was. Doesn't matter. That one is more about the athletic feat.
Right. That was so impressive.
Right.
He was flying through the air and grabbed it with one hand. So that's going to be one of the better defensive plays of the year.
Anthony tweets in quickly. Yeah. The Jacksonville game still. Allen, the 10-yard snowplow. The QB sneak that goes 10 yards. Do we put that in there?
Before the one they actually score on?
Yeah. It immediately follows it immediately follows to set up the game winner. Yeah. But it's the one where it was like trying to be contested if he was stopped or not, that whole thing.
They got in, but it wasn't. There was enough of a stop that it didn't count, and then they just did it again. And got in.
The 10-yard snowplow.
That was a fun play, but I don't know that it ranks.
Yeah, let's narrow down here. What 4 would we really want to pick? I think
so.
Doan Benson,
Benford,
and
then where are we at? We got
Samuelson game 1.
Samuelson game 1 probably has to be on there because that was a home moment, and people will likely connect with that.
Yep,
more deeply.
I feel almost like we should put an Allen play on there, but I don't know which one.
Yeah, it's too great of a sample size to figure out.
It doesn't have to be an Allen play. It could be,
if it deserves to be there, it deserves to be there. We just got to pick which one deserves to be there.
I like the Cooks throw in Jacksonville.
That I think because of
too.
because it's in the playoffs. I think I'm with you. I don't think you can.
Yeah.
It just holds more weight at that point.
Yeah. I agree with you. We can make that.
Right,
we can make that the 4th one.
Tentatively put that one on there.
Okay.
Right. Was there another one in this segment that came up that was better? There were good ones. There were a lot of good ones.
Yes. The Shakir throw was great, but it was regular season.
And we already have a play from that game.
We already have a play from that game. And
that makes it tough.
Yeah, what do you... I think that that bomb to Cooks was awesome.
Yeah, and he actually caught it. So,
Right.
that's a huge part of it as well.
Yeah.
That precedes the 10-yard tush push and then QB sneak touchdown.
Yes, that was the thing that set that up.
That got them down there.
Right.
803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. Alex, we'll start with you when we come back. Stay tuned here on WGR. an incredible stat that stems from last NFL season. Greg Oman, who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he tweeted last night, "Seems impossible Carolina went 8-9 and won the division in a season where they only had 178 offensive snaps with the lead. Out of more than 1,000.
Whoa.
Dang.
Half of those snaps came in wins over Atlanta and the Jets. They had 6 losses with 0 offensive snaps with the lead, and 4 wins with 7 snaps or fewer. So in 4 of Carolina's wins, Cowboys, they had 7 snaps with the lead. Miami, 5. Tampa, 1. Atlanta, 0. They played a football season where they made the playoffs and actually were competitive in their first playoff game. And they took 1,000 snaps on offense and only had the lead in 178 of them.
That is incredible.
That's unbelievable.
I think that means they're bad. No? Is it just quirky?
No.
I think there's a case to be made for bad. I feel like
I'm ready to jump on that with you.
I'm gonna bet against the Panthers this year.
I mean, how good do we think Bryce Young is?
Not good.
That's the question.
Not good.
Right?
I don't think he's good at all.
I don't think he's that good.
I think he's fine. I think he'll be a backup quarterback.
I have the same question about him that I had the day he was picked first overall. Tell me, I asked this about Pittsburgh yesterday. Tell me what he's good at.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Tell me the thing he's great at. He's not big. He doesn't have a strong arm. He's not athletic. What is it? The mind for the game? I see him make bad mistakes all the time.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to be good at that got him drafted first overall? Did he just go to Alabama?
I guess.
I think that might be a somewhat significant part of it.
It's prerequisite, if you will.
Isn't that the job Sean McDermott wants?
College job?
Bama?
No. Sorry. Not
I was.
Bama. I mean, he might want Bama.
I mean, that would be kind of cool.
He might want Bama. The Panthers.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
That's
we were
home for him.
Panthers North for a little bit, right?
That's home for him. Him and his family, I believe, moved back there. He did a story recently where he talked about going back.
Right, they're back there. That's right.
They're Philly.
Right.
Well, if
they move on from Sirianni.
If I were him, I'd rather have the Eagle job.
Yeah.
Of course.
By a lot.
You got Howie as your GM. You'll get Jacoby Myers with Howie as your GM, right?
Yeah. Alex Stanholt, we'll get to you when we come back. Play of the year, game of the year. Get some other Buffalo Sports ESPY categories. Also, I do want to get to, maybe we'll get to more of this tomorrow, but a little today as well. How many fans are bought in on what the Bills' plan is here? Because I get the sense it's not widespread, but maybe I'm wrong on that. By the way, Brian Fisher, Locked On Red Wings, will join us tomorrow. Moving to tomorrow at 7:30. So, assuming Patrick Kane doesn't sign between now and then, I mean, we would actually still have him on. So, we'll talk some Kane with him tomorrow at 7:30. But more of your phone calls when we come back here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before. Because
Right.
just be Bills. It would be all Bills.
All
wouldn't
Bills ESPYs. And then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down, best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete,
Ooh.
best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game
Best
might be
game's good.
the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
What comes to mind immediately?
fight night comes to mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
Right.
like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills, nominee for this?
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage.
One week away from training camp for the Bills as the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday, looking around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level deal, and he could be a candidate for a hold-in. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with the herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. And the Athletics' James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in as well. In the NHL, Jason Robertson has re-signed with the Dallas Stars on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets beat the Brewers 4-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Swayman leaves it behind the net, but not a clear play. Quinn walks it out to the slot. Shot scores! Matthias Samuelsson! Are you kidding me? 3 straight from the Sabres, and they've erased the deficit and taken their first playoff lead. It's 3-2.
The highlight might sway me a little bit on what to pick.
It's a good one.
That moment is really good.
I know the poll is in jeopardy here.
I mean, even the press box got a little whoa when that happened.
Wait a minute, we didn't put that in the poll here.
No.
What?
We didn't have it in the poll.
Oh,
no,
right.
I think it should be in the poll, right?
We had the 4.
I don't remember deciding on Benson here. Controversy.
Oh.
I thought we were going Samuelson game 1. I think you should fire the poll back up with Samuelson game 1.
Okay, and switch out Benson by itself, the Benny goal.
I think it needs to be, the Benson goal in game 2 is awesome, but it's when you really need to know what you're talking, like.
And they lose.
And it's, I don't know that people will go like Benson goal game 2, like, what is that? Oh, like.
Yeah.
I think only real sickos like us will go like, oh yeah, that shift he had where he like pickpocketed Hudson and then bully, like. It might be a little too difficult to get to just reading Benson goal game 2.
All right, the poll's going dark for a moment, gentlemen.
All right, we'll survive.
Because I think that could win. I think Samuelson game 1 could win play of the year.
I'm gonna reset and do that poll in the chat now. I'm gonna go ahead and just call the Sabres Fight Night the winner of the game of the year for at least the YouTube poll.
I mean, the Alan Cooks bomb is also kind of a play you need to know. I mean, kind of. It's a big play with 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of a playoff win. I guess we've had a good amount of those at this point to where maybe it fades or falls. I mean, the way the season ended, that's really what it is. And it's the same two people. It's Allen to Cooks. When I say Allen to Cooks, what do you think of? You think of the Denver game. You think of you think of the drop / missed call because it was a catch. And not, the 40-yard bomb in a huge spot in the playoff win the week before. But I think the Samuelson goal could win it as play of the year. It's a good debate, though.
It is.
803-0550 is the phone number. Good morning. It's a nice day outside, chill, 59 degrees, 60 degrees probably at this point. Hopefully it's not raining as much as it was yesterday. The smoke's cleared a little bit. So football in the air. And we're 1 week away from training camp. A week from today is the first practice. They will report in 6 days, the rest of the veterans, but 1 week until they're on the field at St. John Fisher. 803-0550 is the phone number. Back to the phones. Let's go to Alex in Buffalo. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. I think I got a Josh Allen play you guys missed.
Okay.
It's the fourth down against the Chiefs. QB sneaked to the touchdown for like 29 yards.
Okay, are you talking about it was a sneak or was it a run?
It was a Josh Allen run.
Right.
Where, we all thought that got stuffed, and then he just went for a touchdown 2 minutes left in the game.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the previous season?
I probably am. I'm an idiot. My bad.
No, you're good. I mean, you might listen. He has enough of these plays where it might have also happened last year against the Chiefs, and I'm just not remembering. But I'm looking back now. The play that I think you're referencing, right, guys? I'm probably right. Like the Jim Nantz announced it as the play of the year in the moment.
Yes, that was Kansas City 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth down against the Chiefs 2 years ago. Spags tricked them, right? They thought it was man, it was zone. Allen beat it anyway, and he ran through the entire Chiefs defense
and took him into the end zone with him.
Yeah, last year I'm looking through a lot of those big plays down the stretch, honestly, were kind of made by the Bills' defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Max Hairston, 3rd and 10, Chiefs are down 7, 4 minutes to go. Yeah. Mahomes goes deep for Worthy, and Max Hairston picks him off.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I do remember that.
I did not remember a big Max Hairston play like that against Kansas City late.
That's right.
But he did.
Because they actually had a handle on that game, right? Or was it close?
I mean, they were up 7 with 4 minutes left, so they weren't. It wasn't done.
It wasn't a romping, but they were in a. It felt more comfortable in the game. They didn't feel like they were chasing it maybe as much as they can against that team.
It's funny that the year the defense seems to be doing the most is when the big change this offseason happened, right? It was the season that felt like it shouldn't have happened.
It was. I mean, this is the whole conversation around McDermott being fired. I don't think was unreasonable. I think if your reasoning is playoff wall, that's why we did it. I understand that. It just is weird to me that you chose one guy and not both guys if that was your reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Because how you would closer get to, okay, I'm going to fire one of the two, the GM and the coach, it's because the unit that the coach is more in charge of is not getting the job done. And last year, by DVOA, the Bills were the 8th best defense in football in the regular season. And by EPA per play, they were, I believe, 11th or 12th. Look at the roster. Nobody plays in the league anymore.
Yeah.
How were they the 8th best defense in football during the regular season? And I know, yes, the playoffs, but there were stops in the playoffs. And again, the roster would have been so difficult to get results with in big playoff games. And yet, what did they do against Jacksonville when the Jags, a dynamic offense that had been hot down the stretch, had the ball at home, 1 minute to go, down 3, field goal to tie. They only needed 25 yards to get in field goal range. Less. Remember, the kicker made it from like 70 yards.
Right.
Touchdown wins the game, and Allen doesn't touch the ball again. What was the first play of that game? Or that drive? Pick.
Yeah.
Cole Bishop.
Comes through a
Ice,
big moment.
put the game on ice. The defense did it. 24 points allowed against that offense is not a bad job. And then the second playoff game against a good offense. I don't think Denver was as good offensively as Jacksonville. You go into overtime, and what's the story of that game always gets misguided because 33 points looks terrible, and the winning drive in overtime looks bad on the defense. But remember that 9 of those points were gifted by the offense.
Right.
There were field goals in that game by Denver where they didn't pick up any yards.
Right.
The Bills fumble. Allen fumbles on 25-yard line.
As the half is about to explain.
Right. And it's a 10-point game. No, this is the third quarter.
Oh,
We're into
right,
there's that
sorry.
play too. Sorry, let me start there.
Yeah.
Allen at the end of the half fumbling the way he did, and now Denver's just in field goal range.
Right.
Defense didn't allow those points.
No.
They didn't actually even touch the field.
No, they didn't.
The special teams unit did. Then the first drive of the third quarter, Allen fumbles on his own 25-yard line. You are down 10 points. You're coming out of the half thinking, I need a big score here. I need to reverse the momentum. I need to answer for what the end of the half was. And, the ball's on the ground. And Denver's got it at the 25.
Right.
What moment did you need to stop more all year than that moment? And what did Denver do? 4 plays, 2 yards, field goal. Still a 2-score game. Massive. The next drive, they forced a pick on Denver. 3 plays, 5 yards, pick. The next drive, 6 plays, punt, back to the Bills. The next drive, 3 plays, punt, back to the Bills. We're into the fourth quarter at this point. The defense, with a bunch of guys that don't play in the NFL anymore, took that Denver offense and shut them down for 5 drives to open up the second half to give them any fighting chance at all. And then, yes, they allowed 1 touchdown. And then overtime, Denver gets the ball again. You forced a punt. Here you go, offense. We gave you every shot. The whole second half. You put us in bad spot after bad spot after bad spot, and we kept you in the football game. And then we got to overtime, and they got to go first, and we gift-wrapped you a platter that was kick a field goal, and we're going to the next round. But you made us go out there again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With Darnell Savage and Dane Jackson, how many times am I supposed to bail the offense out if I'm Sean McDermott's defense?
Can only do so much. Is it not? Is the whole just last thing I'll say on the whole offseason, the change that was made? You know, big lettuce right now under a lot of heat for the doo-doo lettuce that's going out there, right? So, and yes. I'll say the name of a chain that's under fire
Can't
for
wait
it
to
right
see
now.
where this is going.
TB, right? TB under fire for getting people sick. Is it not like the offseason change for the Bills just like, oh, let's close down all the TBs and keep big lettuce around? It's exactly what happened, is it not?
Oh, there is a metaphor for us.
Yeah,
I mean, it works.
I
the
hope
supplier for the lettuce is the issue here, is it not? Is that not what we have thought for the past couple seasons? The supplier, and the supplier's still there, but they're going to close down all the chains that utilize.
I've been deplugged from that story for the last couple of days.
I haven't bought a salad in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But anyway, that wasn't the point.
No, right, but I think it works. I do.
Anyways, game of the year. It was not the Broncos game.
No.
By any means.
No.
It was not the Broncos.
By no means was it the Broncos.
By the way,
game.
one of the things, this is an easy one, I think, because best coach is one of the ESPYs. I mean, we could give it to Sean McDermott. We're not going to Sean McDermott. Lindy is the best coach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Real quick, I want to get to Dominic, because I think best play and best game are the best two conversations.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a good tweet about best comeback athlete, because that's one of the ESPYs. So for Buffalo Sports, we said earlier, like, easy, Matthias Samuelson. Trey White's not a bad guy to mention here. That was somebody that someone tweeted at us.
Yeah.
Because he was nowhere. I mean, his career was, like, over. And maybe it is now, but he was good last year, and that was stunning to me.
Same.
He had not been good for years. He had been injured, and then he had gotten that 1 year in with Baltimore and L.A., and it did not go well. And he had been so many years removed from being a great player that I just did not have high hopes at all. And he was stable and steady and gave them exactly what they needed with Max Hairston out or Benford out, those guys both missing time, pretty much all year long. And I don't think he would outrank Samuelson, but he'd be next.
He might be. Yeah, I would think that he would probably be the next guy, because he was really. I remember them doing that and thinking like, "Uh-oh, this doesn't feel good." Like the Hairston injury, and then that happens, and it's like,
it's a scary moment.
Ooh, man, that's not going to be pretty, because he's just, like you said, he had been gone for years and years, both from the injuries here, and then he was not any good in Baltimore. I think he got a little better with the Rams, but still not, the Trey White that we knew here.
Mm-hmm. He did help the Bills win that playoff game.
Yeah, right. Right. And, I was very skeptical about it, and he was more than serviceable. I mean, he kept Hairston off the field for half the year. Yeah. And that, to me, is impressive for a first-round rookie to be, like, having to battle through a guy that's been, walking around on one leg for a long time. So I was happy to see that. And, I mean, nobody would rather see it happen for. I mean, Trey is the best.
Let's go to Dominic on his game of the year. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, guys. Oh, I didn't have a game of the year. I would still say
go ahead.
Lightning Sabres.
Okay.
If I had to say something, because that game was just absolutely ridiculous, even though it was regular season. I wish it was a playoff game, but still would be my game of the year. Play of the year, I think I'm going with it as an honorable mention. I don't think it's play of the year, but I would go with the Keon Coleman, the tipped ball in Baltimore, because they don't have that comeback without that play, and that was a pretty good play, even though we all want to hate on Keon because he hasn't been much of anything aside from that one game.
Yep.
But the other thing I was going to say is about if I bought in, the question you asked before the break about being bought in on the Bills offseason plans, and I'm just kind of not, kind of to piggyback on the Taco Bell, the TV, big lettuce comparison. Like they kept, obviously Brandon Beane's still there, the Pickles are still there, and they got rid of McDermott. The 1 year I thought they wouldn't fire McDermott. I thought every other year he's on the line. That was the 1 year I didn't blame him for, and they fire him, which makes no sense to me. But I'm just not 100% sold. Not saying Josh Allen can't get it done because he's Josh Allen, but I just feel in general the Pagulas and Bean's effort to get him help I'm trying to say this without sounding like an idiot, in relation to Josh Allen's talent, I don't know if that makes sense, is probably one of the biggest failures of any ownership group I personally have ever witnessed. I mean, I'm sure there may be others, but I can't think of a bigger one when you have Josh Allen, who in my opinion is the biggest freak show of an athlete to ever touch a football, and then you're it'll be, I don't even know how to say it. I'm trying not to. I don't know.
No, I know what you mean. I mean, the way
kind of
go ahead, Dominic.
Thinking and dunking, adding teeny tiny little pieces when you had AJ Brown on the market, Dobbs on the market, Metcalf on the market, Pickens on the market, got rid of Diggs, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm trying not to take up too much time, so I'm just going to stop. I think you get my point, though.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Thanks, Dominic, for the call. I mean, it reminds me of I played in this member guest tournament last weekend, and a bunch of guys will ask you, "Oh, what do you think of the Bills next year?" Right. And you get into those conversations, and I'm typically the same, which is I think they walk into the season with 9-10 wins every single year because of who their quarterback is, and then everything beyond that is up to the rest of it. The coaches, the personnel around the quarterback, management. And listen, that is, to make a golf comparison, that might sound like I'm not giving them any credit if they succeed, but that's the hardest part. Jeremy's made the comparison a lot of your handicap in golf, that going from a 17 handicap to a 10 handicap is not that hard in comparison to going from a 5 to a 2 is less points, but it's way harder.
Right.
Because now you live the life of the margins being so slim and the competition being better. You are just playing a tougher game.
Right.
Once you get to, all right, I'm a 10-win team automatically. Now, how do I become a 14-win team, a 13-win team? How do I win 3 playoff games, 4 playoff games instead of 1? That's the tough part. But the other part that I will say to people is, I think the proper way to approach who the Bills have been and what you should be right to expect from them going forward is all based around how good you think Josh Allen is. And if you think he's the best quarterback in the league and has been for multiple years, and you think, like I do, and I know like Ross Tucker has said it on the station multiple times, that he is the greatest athlete that has ever played that position.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that, all of that, you think he's one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. And I do. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. What is the ceiling of a quarterback that is one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history? The most popular answer back to that will be the Super Bowl. Right. Wrong. It's higher. It's not the Super Bowl. It's a dynasty. It's 5 Super Bowls. What did Brady do? 7? It's more than 1 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That is not your ceiling. That's below it. So when they haven't even done that or yet play in the game, I think it's going to make you feel a little bit more down on like what they've actually accomplished.
Yeah.
With this guy as the quarterback. And I think it's not unfair to hold that high of a standard for them. Like I think Mahomes and Allen in their careers are pretty much on par for how good they are. But we know what Mahomes' ceiling is. It's 3 Super Bowls. That might even be 5, really, because he's been in 2 others.
Right.
Like, it's a lot of them. And I don't know why you should think, well, Allen's has to be lower than that. You think Allen's as good as Mahomes? We've seen Mahomes' ceiling. It's 3 Super Bowls plus. That's Allen, too, then.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I approach it, and that's the standard that I think should get held up for this team. And that'll be easier to do if they actually get 1.
Sure.
You win 1, that's what it's all about. I don't care about them reaching their full ceiling. I think the full ceiling when Allen's your quarterback is you are a dynasty in the league. I don't need them to be a dynasty in the league. I just need them to get 1.
Seriously.
And that's all that anybody needs them to get and anybody would take, and nobody will be upset if that's all that happens. But buying in this year, as the caller got to, is all about that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is the year they're going to do it? And I'm like half bought in because I do think it was weird the way McDermott got fired after the season he had defensively.
Mm-hmm.
And it was weird that Beans stayed on, but McDermott didn't. But now we're here. And they've added DJ Moore. They've added a couple of pieces around the team. And I'm bought in enough. All the way? No, I'd be more all the way if they had found a way to get Myles Garrett.
Sure.
Right?
A big swing or something like
sure.
that. Yeah.
Or maybe an A.J. Brown instead of DJ Moore. But, I'd be nitpicking there on the receiver move.
Yeah.
Whatever. They got a receiver. They've done enough to win the Super Bowl this year. And could I be more bought in? Sure. There were off seasons out there where I think that would have been true for me, and I'm sure true for a lot of fans. But that is a good question to ask yourself. Like, how bought in are you on their plan? I think their plan does make some sense. They've gone offensive head coach, if that works, you have play calling stability for the rest of Josh Allen's career. Right. You added a bright, young, aggressive defensive coach. Nobody in the world should be upset that Jim Leonard was their pick. They had to compete, right? Dallas wanted him. Other teams wanted him. And while I think they overpaid for more, their plan this offseason very clearly was we need to address that position on the perimeter. And they did it. So I'm like not totally bought in, but I'm you can hear it. I'm like mostly bought in.
Yeah, I think I'm about there. I was really hot with the McDermott move and the Brady hiring. I thought they could have done better, but I knew I would get to a point where I was okay with it, and that's what they're going to do, and I'll be rooting for them. I think the pressure conversation that's been all over the national scape and here as well is the big thing for me. How will Joe Brady handle the pressure? How will that all happen? Because you don't make this move unless you think that a Super Bowl is in the near future for Joe Brady's Buffalo Bills, right? You don't hire him if you don't think that's a capability. So I think there is going to be a lot of pressure on him and the rest of the team. And there might be some growing pains. It's the first time doing this. So I think there's some realistic expectation of, hey, they might start a little slow or something like that. But I'm getting to the point where I'm bought in on the idea of it. I think I just need to see the execution of what they actually did. Because I see the vision a little bit now, for the most part. Yeah. But they just have to execute.
I am, I think, of the three of us, probably the most worried. I wouldn't even call myself worried, but I am trying to leave room for, listen, the McDermott swap out is big. It changes everything about how they operate. I know Bean is still there, but the day-to-day head honcho that connected with the players all was McDermott for a long time, and he was great at it. Mm-hmm. And I want to leave myself a little room for Brady not being that good at it. I don't think he's not going to be good at it. I hope he's great at it, but I don't know that he will be in the way that I knew every year the head coach is going to be fine.
Is a pillar of consistency.
The head coach for the longest time here, in the same way that you talk about Allen being a rod of stability for them, I think McDermott represented that in a lot of ways for them. Mm-hmm. And you have taken out one of those pillars and you're replacing it, but you don't know what the material's really made of. And you don't know how well it's going to handle the weight of what it has to hold. And I am leaving space in my sort of what do I think is going to happen for this could go somewhere that we haven't seen it go because the guy in charge is different now. Mm-hmm. And different in a looser, more, we're going to go with it here and we're going to play football and I get it. I understand why they've went the direction they have, but I can see a world where the ceiling or the floor drops out from under them, and I don't want that.
Well, when the floor's been 11 games, you got to think maybe it's 9, maybe it's 10 or something like that, right? Yeah. I can see it a little bit, especially defensively. A brand new defensive coordinator, a brand new scheme. Right. It's not even just Joe Brady; it's everybody.
By the way, correction: they were 20th in defensive DVOA last year. They were 8th total.
Right.
They were, but the EPA per play number 14th. That was a middle of the pack defense last year with all of those pieces, and that's the more interesting part of the plan is what they think they'll be on defense this year. I think I would say I would sign up for that right now.
Yeah,
maybe not. The DVOA number 20 is a little low. If you told me right now they're the 14th best defense by EPA per play, I think I'd say yes.
Sure.
I think I'd have to, right?
Yeah, I think you take that.
First year.
I mean, the coordinator's already talked about how they're, we'll see how this goes. That we might not be able to do it right away in year one. Yeah, they were 8th total DVOA. They were 20th defensively. We'll get to your calls going forward. Playing some Buffalo Sports ESPYs today. We'll also have hot and cold coming up. And I've got my LeBron James clue of the day. Unless that's part of hot and cold. It might be. I don't know. But there's a new LeBron. It's not a rumor. Something happened on social media about LeBron that could be meaningful, could not be meaningful. We have to decide for ourselves. Stay tuned. yesterday we did have a Bill pop up in the NFL's top 100 list.
Yes.
The proponent of the Protector of the Year.
One of maybe 3 that we're going to see on the list. Deion Dawkins at number 57. That's above Nico Collins and above Bo Nix and above Brock Bowers. It's silly now that they're doing it 2 at a time, but we get Dawkins yesterday, and that is down a little bit, 15 spots for him from the previous season. But on Dawkins, quickly, because here we go to training camp, and I don't know if it's true, but I'd seen, like, he was at this Fanatics Fest, right, over the weekend. I'd seen, like, a couple of the aggregator accounts talking about Dawkins and, like, what a punishment might be if you come into camp overweight for the Bills. And I don't know if that's even real or not, so I don't even want to say what it is.
Right. Yeah.
But Dawkins has been posting on Instagram a lot about, like, he is really watching what he's eating, and he's maybe on a different conditioning plan this offseason because he wanted to play at a little bit of a lower weight and thought he could get better results doing that. And after the season ended, suddenly everybody just decided that Dawkins had a down year. That's how it felt for me, because during the year, I don't remember that really being the case. There was only one game that I remember having a big problem with him, like, as it was happening, and it was the Houston game. And part of that might not have even been his fault, because the story was about they didn't leave running backs in to help block against their studs they had on the Houston side of things, who we'll talk about later on, and that Brown had been battling with an injury, and they kind of left their tackles out on islands, and they weren't able to handle it. Other than that game, I don't really remember where there was this big issue with Deion Dawkins. But even in the Jeremy Fowler list from last week, he makes honorable mention as one of the best offensive tackles in football. But right there is a quote from an NFC executive that is talking about Dawkins and how good he is and how talented he is, but that he actually throws in at the end, like, well, sometimes there's a inconsistent effort there.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that is the thing that people had an issue with Dawkins on, because when I looked at the season he just had, it was nothing that really jumped off the page to me. I'm not staring at the linemen when these games are happening, I have to admit. And also, like, all the numbers looked fine. Like, he allowed 7.5% pressure rate last year. That was 7th best among all tackles in football. He was left out on an island as much as almost any offensive tackle in football last year, and still had those numbers.
1 week away from training camp for the Bills as the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level deal and could be a candidate for a hold-in. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. The ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, who's been dealing with a herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp. And the Athletics' James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in. In the NHL, Jason Robertson has re-signed with the Dallas Stars on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets, they beat the Brewers 4-0. In the NBA, the Miami Heat accidentally posted, then deleted a scheduled YouTube live stream titled, quote, LeBron James Introductory Press Conference for July of 27. Another wrinkle in LeBron James offseason fiasco. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
All right, welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Time for Belknap's Hot and Cold. Joe Cali leading us through. If you got a thought on Game of the Year, Play of the Year, we'll get to your phone calls, tweets, texts, YouTube comments as well. Checking on the bullpen. I'm going to put aside this tab that is Odyssey tickets.
Oh
70
man.
millimeter in Rochester. Fellas, we might have to move if we're going to do something because people are figuring it out.
Yeah.
The tickets are starting to go.
Yeah, we got to do something.
I think the tickets all the way on the side, like on the aisle seats, are still fine in a movie theater as long as they're not like right up in front of the screen.
Well, also, that screen is so large, it's probably even more fine than an average theater would be, right? Yeah, you don't want to be close because then you're looking at like a fishbowl view. That could be a nightmare scenario. So, all right, got some hot or cold here. First one. I'm not going to have a crazy food take this week. All right, I'm going to give you a break on that because there was one I was floating around yesterday. I'm like, I can't do this to just these two again.
I mean, you've already given, I guess, the food take with the lettuce comparison.
Yeah, I guess so.
I've already done it.
I was going to say vodka's pretty much just salad because it's just made with vegetables.
All right, move on.
But yeah, we'll skip that.
There's not enough time.
We'll skip that. We'll skip that. Anyway, first one, I saw Pat Moran tweet this out. He goes out around and reviews chicken fingers, which I appreciate because not everywhere has good chicken fingers, and it's good to know where. Is it a kid's meal or is it a adult meal? I think it's an adult meal, especially around these parts, if you will.
I was just going to say that. Here, it's fine, adult meal. I feel like anywhere else in the country, you might find it on the kids' menu.
Oh, you're definitely finding it on the kids' menu.
But like only on the kids' menu.
On the kids' menu.
Maybe you might see it on the starters page.
You might.
That is where I most often will find when in my travels the chicken finger option. If I'm not looking at the kids' menu, is in the starters.
I also think a chicken finger on a kids' menu, that item is only like 2.
True.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You want 5?
You want 5. You want 5. You're probably only going to eat 3.
Depends. 4 can be acceptable, too, if it's a big chicken finger place.
But I would say it's, hot, good, that I think they're an adult meal.
Yeah, hot in these parts. Yes, it's an adult meal.
I mean...
If you go to Virginia and someone gets chicken fingers, you're going to tell them it's a kid's meal?
I think I might get looks if I go to Virginia and order chicken fingers as my meal.
I'll be honest here.
I'm also not doing that very often. I'll order a chicken finger salad more often than I'll get.
I love a chicken finger salad.
Chicken finger sub.
I'm just getting 3 chicken fingers on vegetables, which is probably better than the fries anyway. Yeah, chicken finger sub. I feel like I'm out for 2 days after a chicken finger sub.
Oh yeah. A good one, though.
Stinger will, add another day.
Stinger
on
adds
too.
another week.
Yeah. I think that it depends on the setting, but it really depends on where we're at. If we're at a place that's like any nicer than like a Chili's and you're getting chicken fingers, I'm probably gonna, if not verbally judge you, mentally judge you.
Yeah.
And be like, what?
What's your
like
palate?
If you ordered, it's the same to me as like, there are places that you can go and getting the chicken fingers is the move, and that's fine. Just like there are places to go get a hot dog, and that's fine.
Baseball park.
Right.
Chicken fingers, arena food, anywhere is acceptable.
Sure. And you can get hot dogs almost anywhere on the kids' menu, but I'm not ordering a hot dog almost anywhere other than a hot dog place.
Correct.
And chicken fingers are in that realm to me, where it's like, if you're ordering that at like an Italian restaurant,
Oh, you have an issue.
you're a big giant baby.
Listen, a chicken finger, though, is it not a cutlet?
No, it's not a cutlet.
It's not a cutlet. No,
It's
it's not.
Could it be
distinctly
argued, though?
not-
It's
no,
cooked-
it
it's
can't.
Cooked, it's cooked.
I know
cooked
it's not.
differently.
Okay, I'm Italian. I know it's
I'm-
not. But anyway, it was just for the sake of.
And even still, a cutlet is on other stuff.
Owen's right though. Like you can't. If you're at like
Go to a
a
steakhouse.
bar and grill place
If
and
you
you
go to
order
Hutch's.
chicken fingers, that's fine. Yeah, if you go to a nice restaurant and you order chicken fingers,
Right.
you're all dressed. No, you can't do that.
Come
No,
on.
that is kind of psychotic. I'm talking more of just regular restaurant, bar,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
That is fine.
Even like regular restaurant, I'm not doing chicken fingers. I need it to be like a bar.
bar food.
Yeah.
Bar food.
I'm not doing it at.
See,
I'm only ordering chicken fingers in a place where I feel like I could also order pizza. I'm not going to order pizza,
That might be where I'm at.
but I need pizza to be there.
yes,
Right. Like Pat Moran will go to these places, and he goes to mostly
like pizza
pizzerias.
places. Yeah.
And like that, of course, that's fine. But that's because that place does that.
right.
I think there are people that order chicken fingers at everywhere, and you're a child, and I've got a problem with you. Come see
What about
me.
a burger in a Mexican restaurant?
Why? What are you doing?
No, see,
I've done that.
I don't usually go off the beaten path. Like if I'm at a Mexican restaurant, I'm ordering Mexican food. If I'm at an Italian restaurant, I'm ordering chicken parm or spaghetti or something. Yeah, like if you're not meant for this place, if that food item is not really meant for this place, they just gotta have it. Mm-hmm. I'm never ordering it.
Yeah, you're
Exactly.
at risk.
We've got
What'd you say wow to?
We have got a guy in chat here, relieved Bigfoot. Once got a hot dog at a lobster restaurant on the Maine coast.
Whoa.
Still trying to live that down. A low moment for me.
Was there
That-
lobster on the hot dog?
You should be barred from entering Maine,
I agree. Barred from the state.
or even really just New England,
Indefinitely.
the
He's
region.
an enemy of the state now.
That is
That's abysmal. That's
Really
a terrible
tough.
job. You can't do that.
wow.
That's one of the worst ones I've ever heard.
That's really like, wow.
Maybe he just doesn't like lobster.
Get a lobster roll.
You're in Maine, bud.
Get a
In Maine,
lobster roll.
They've got the buns.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
You're eating the bun.
Just
Right,
with hot
basically,
dog.
you've ordered a lobster roll. You just said, instead of lobster, can you put a hot dog? Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
All right, what's next?
I'll move past the
Sorry,
food.
I'm in shock about that.
So Bryson DeChambeau, throughout the weekend has been labeled as the golf's villain after what happened, right? Mm-hmm. Him being a villain, though, is that not better for the sport? Make it more entertaining, at least? His meltdown, like when he was trying to explain that he didn't do it on purpose, like eyes were on that, were they not? Like, is the PGA like, okay? Like,
I'd like him to be less of a baby and
Sure.
own being a villain then, because what he is a villain that
kind of
wants
crybaby?
everybody to love him,
Right.
and I
Right,
can't
right.
stand that.
He's got that Brady element of, like, I want everybody to like me.
Right. Even Tiger
being
was
unlikable.
had like an edge where it was like, yeah, I know I'm mean. I know.
Yeah.
I get it.
Embrace
and
it.
I'm going to be that.
Embrace
But
it.
like Bryson is like, I'm going to pretty much cheat and then get so upset that I'm going to freak out and call my buddy. And like,
Yeah.
dude.
I did see more golfers defend him than I thought I would see. Like Morikawa, Max Homa,
Scheffler.
to an extent
Sure.
were more like they were
Scheffler
all basically saying, like, I don't think he actually did it on purpose.
No, they basically
Yeah.
said he wouldn't cheat, but they didn't really go into glowing personal recommendations.
And basically that golf again, maybe you want to differentiate him. Who was it? Morikawa made this point. No, it wasn't even Morikawa. It was Schauffele. Schauffele was the one who was saying it, I think, about you want golf to be the sport where you believe the intention of the players because it's supposed to be like an honor sport, right?
Yeah,
You're right.
And if DeChambeau says I didn't mean to cheat, you should take him at his word that you didn't mean to cheat. But should there be certain individuals where you
don't do that because they have a history of being giant babies?
Right.
Yeah.
He might be on a no-fly list for that.
I don't know. I don't get.
I wonder if there'll be a 34-minute tell-all incoming about the events from the Open. We'll see.
He was really close to getting me back like last year.
Yeah, me
maybe
too.
Pinehurst, when he won at Pinehurst, I was like, you know what? Good for you, man. And I liked the way he talked after, and I'm right back to like I could not stand that guy less. It's just so annoying.
It is.
His whole thing is infuriating.
I used to kind of semi-root for him like you, right? Like I was getting excited about him, like, oh, he can drive the ball like crazy, he's playing well, the YouTube stuff is interesting enough. And now it's just like kind of insufferable.
Even the YouTube thing, I'm like, I'm cool. Like, good. Do the YouTube thing. That's awesome.
Right.
But don't, like, I can't get over the I'm going to not play, dude.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah.
Shooting yourself in the foot every time you step out of the house.
Well, yeah. Guys
really
like Rory,
nuts.
I'm not particularly fond of him, but yeah, just a question on DeChambeau there. The final, hot or cold? There should be the NFL should immediately adopt the UFL rule where you cannot punt inside the 50-yard line.
Whoa.
It might have been a UFL rule proposal. I'm not entirely sure. Mike Tomlin would not.
Yeah,
I don't know how he would feel about it.
He would not like it. I don't want that rule because
it's an advantage to play teams that do that.
Right. I want the Bills to be the team that knows what to do and have other teams not know what to do. And that'd be an advantage for me. So if I create a rule, now everybody is doing the right thing. And now I've got no advantage. So I think it has been a bit of an advantage. Like McDermott was one of the sharpest coaches on fourth down in the last 5 years in the league. And I don't have any reason to think that Joe Brady won't be. Well, I guess we don't know until we see it. He passed with flying colors, whatever. The Bills wanted him to answer for his game management tests that he did. They thought he passed with flying colors. I would imagine that given that McDermott had been doing it that way for years, that they would also think that, like, you know, a pass for Joe Brady would be, hey, it's 4th and 4 from the opponent's 42-yard line. What's the move? Go for it.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be what the answer they want. So I think Brady will pass with this.
Sure.
And for that, I want your Mike McCarthy's of the world and other dinosaur coaches that are still hanging around to play the Bills and then punt to me when they're on the 39-yard line.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that the test was not the passing answer key was not an aggressive, forward-thinking fourth down mentality.
No, probably. We don't know.
I think there's no. If you're going about a hiring process in that way, you're getting people involved that are like data-driven and analytical-focused people and the data has always proved out that mentality is more beneficial. So I just don't see a world where like the owner's going in there and going like, I want the guy to be conservative.
Yeah,
because
right.
I think that's smarter. I think everybody in that room is going to tell him like, look, here's the numbers about why it's better to go for it more than you don't, and why it's more effective to be more aggressive in this. Like, I just don't see a world where there's not enough data to make the people making the decisions think this is the right way to do it.
Yeah.
There's no argument. Like,
no, and you're not going to take a step back. Like,
No.
if you were that aggressive with McDermott, you're not going to accept anything less than that. You know,
I wouldn't think so, at least.
Sure,
So
allegedly.
That's why I have some faith about them still holding on to that.
That's it for hot and cold, though.
All right. 803-0550 is the phone number. The LeBron James clue, and we'll also talk with John Harris on the Texans coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. yesterday we did have a Bill pop up in the NFL's top 100 list.
Yes.
The proponent of the Protector of the Year.
One of maybe 3 that we're going to see on the list. Deion Dawkins at number 57. That's above Nico Collins and above Bo Nix and above Brock Bowers. It's silly now that they're doing it 2 at a time, but we get Dawkins yesterday, and that is down a little bit, 15 spots for him from the previous season. But on Dawkins, quickly, because here we go to training camp, and I don't know if it's true, but I'd seen, like, he was at this Fanatics Fest, right, over the weekend. I'd seen, like, a couple of the aggregator accounts talking about Dawkins and, like, what a punishment might be if you come into camp overweight for the Bills. And I don't know if that's even real or not, so I don't even want to say what it is.
Right. Yeah.
But Dawkins has been posting on Instagram a lot about, like, he is really watching what he's eating, and he's maybe on a different conditioning plan this offseason because he wanted to play at a little bit of a lower weight and thought he could get better results doing that. And after the season ended, suddenly everybody just decided that Dawkins had a down year. That's how it felt for me, because during the year, I don't remember that really being the case. There was only one game that I remember having a big problem with him, like, as it was happening, and it was the Houston game. And part of that might not have even been his fault, because the story was about they didn't leave running backs in to help block against their studs they had on the Houston side of things, who we'll talk about later on, and that Brown had been battling with an injury, and they kind of left their tackles out on islands, and they weren't able to handle it. Other than that game, I don't really remember where there was this big issue with Deion Dawkins. But even in the Jeremy Fowler list from last week, he makes honorable mention as one of the best offensive tackles in football. But right there is a quote from an NFC executive that is talking about Dawkins and how good he is and how talented he is, but that he actually throws in at the end, like, well, sometimes there's a inconsistent effort there.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that is the thing that people had an issue with Dawkins on, because when I looked at the season he just had, it was nothing that really jumped off the page to me. I'm not staring at the linemen when these games are happening, I have to admit. And also, like, all the numbers looked fine. Like, he allowed 7.5% pressure rate last year. That was 7th best among all tackles in football. He was left out on an island as much as almost any offensive tackle in football last year, and still had those numbers. Caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR will win 2 tickets to see Nate Bargatze Big Dumb Eyes World Tour on August 2nd at KeyBank Center, 7 p.m. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to our LeBron James clue in the 9 o'clock hour. John Harris when we come back on the Texans. The Bills' Week 1 opponent, start going through some of their schedule, and we'll start with the first game when we come back on WGR. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before. Because
Right.
just be Bills. It would be all Bills.
All
wouldn't
Bills ESPYs. And then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down, best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete,
Ooh.
best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game
Best
might be
game's good.
the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
What comes to mind immediately?
fight night comes to mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
Right.
like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills nominee for this.
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have another one that was that hot. That game was hot.
Yeah.
You could make a case for the Patriots comeback.
Sure.
In Foxborough, the division is ours, and then all of a sudden, no, it ended up being theirs.
This is going to be a good exercise in Bills fans being like, oh, yeah, that game. Because you just might not have thought about last season and like the specific games in so long. Yeah, 35-31 against New England, and the Bills were down.
Multiple touchdowns at half.
Was it 3 touchdowns in
Yeah.
that game that they
It was
were down?
big. They were down big.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage.
For the Bills, as the rookies reported to Orchard Park yesterday around the NFL. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Cardinals are in agreement that quarterback Jacoby Brissett deserves more money. The 33-year-old desires a starter-level deal and could be a candidate for a hold-in. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Brandon Johnson, formerly of the Eagles. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that Lions tight end Sam Laporta, who's been dealing with a herniated disc, was fully cleared for training camp in the Athletics. James Boyd believes Jonathan Taylor could be a training camp hold-in as well. In the NHL, the Dallas Stars have re-signed Jason Robertson on a one-year, $12 million deal. And in baseball, the Rays, they routed the Blue Jays 12-2, and the Mets beat the Brewers 4-0. In the NBA, the Miami Heat accidentally posted, then deleted a scheduled YouTube live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference for July of 2027. ESPN just reported that a little while ago. A new wrinkle in LeBron James offseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Crows exist in general. You know,
World Cup was
Joe. This is controversy.
spilling.
Like World Cup of blow.
What a way to finish this incredibly popular segment.
What's going on in there? WGR.
All that happened just today. No, not really. That would be the best show of all time if that all happened today. Is it bad that I know Seinfeld well enough that I know exactly the moment in what episode that what's going on in there? That's it. It's like one line, one sentence from a 9-season show. I know exactly that's the red chicken episode.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. The red light in
Right.
Kramer's apartment.
It's not a bad thing.
That comes immediately. Like I know exactly where that was.
It came to me too. You know, yeah, I didn't think about the fact that it popped
Yeah.
into my head, but it did. It's all in there for us.
You're a fan of the program. It's fine.
Yeah.
1 week until Bills training camp. Jeremy's off this morning. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe, and they'll be at St. John Fisher in 7 days. They will practice in 7 days. They will report in 6 days. Rookies have already reported to Orchard Park. You have some teams around the league that are starting to head there. John Harris now on the Wester Hotline. We'll go through some of the Bills' opponents. Houston is up first. John, of course, from HoustonTexans.com, sideline reporter as well. Frequent guest here on the station. Thanks, John. When do the Texans get to camp? Or they're not there already?
No, we're not. We're actually the same as you guys. I think rookies for you guys reported yesterday. It's funny, we say, the rookies reported. I think our rookies, I've been in the building all summer. I've seen rookies every day. Like I saw Aiden Fisher. I saw Fabechi Wee-Woo. I'm like, they've kind of been there all summer. So I don't really know if that's hey, they got there on the 21st. Okay, I guess that's official. But we're the same as you guys. We'll have the veterans report on the 28th, and then we'll practice on the 29th in the 8th circle of hell that we call Houston weather. During the summer, and Houston weather is cranking up. I think we're supposed to have 105 in Houston this week. So, yeah, we're getting ready for that, which is always really, really, really not fun.
And it's not that dry heat, right, that you hear about in Arizona and California? Yeah. Yeah.
No, but I wish it were. I mean, I was in Las Vegas this summer. I was like, man, this is a dry 105. This is awesome. No, our 105 is like you can barely breathe. So, we're looking forward to that, and we always take pride in that down here. Like you guys obviously take pride in the winters you guys have, but man, it gets brutal in training camp. Guys just trying to survive the last 10 minutes of training camp. I can tell you the number of times rookies have come here from the Big Ten, and they're like, I can't breathe. And then 3 years later, they're taking pride in the fact that they can survive a Houston summer.
Right. So when Houston gets to camp, what's going to be the top storyline? Stroud does not have a contract. Is the microscope pretty much squarely on him?
It is. It's on him and the offensive line because they've been trying to reset and get this offensive line right for what feels like forever. Bill O'Brien tried to do it back in 2019 when he made the deal for Laramie Tunsil, but he way overpaid for Laramie. Even though Laramie was a Pro Bowl player for us, he way overpaid for him, and that set us back. Draft picks have not worked out. We've been trying to get this offensive line right for forever. And Sal Capaccio and I have talked about this a lot. If you gave us Buffalo's offensive line, I think we'd have at least one Super Bowl over the last 3 to 4 years. We would have at least one, but we just have not gotten it right. Now, gone out and paid some money for it. Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, guys that have been around, seasoned vets. We've drafted guys, Keelan Rutledge in the first, Fabechi Wiwu in the fourth. We've really put a lot of effort and assets towards the offensive line, but they've been doing that for 3-4 years. So the question becomes, did they get it right this time? And so that'll be there. But, everybody wants to talk about quarterback, how C.J. Stroud. After the loss to New England, at some point, 2 or 3 weeks after the loss to New England, he got a haircut. And it was a talking point in Houston for like 2 weeks. I was like, a haircut? I mean, it was like all, people trying to psychoanalyze, well, it means this and it means that. And it's, then CJ talked about it at OTAs. He's like, I just got kind of tired of my hair being long. So like, all right. But yeah, that's kind of where we are with CJ, everybody analyzing every single move, kind of as they did with Deshaun Watson. But Deshaun was pretty easy to figure out because Deshaun would just, tweet about rap lyrics and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's what this means. CJ doesn't do much on social media. He keeps, to himself for the most part. He's not a very public person. So it's always kind of hard to figure out. But, yeah, the focus will be on him. How does he look? The offensive line. And then I think one for Houston fans, but it's going to be a big one nationally if and it's a big if Tank Dell is able to practice. That was such a gruesome injury suffered against Kansas City in 2024, late in the season. And he is I'm sure every NFL team has a guy like this. For us, it's Tank Dell. Whatever Tank does, the Houston fans go crazy. I mean, if Tank Dell is out at a Whataburger and he gets on social media, people go nuts. They just love Tank Dell. But where is he in his rehab? He didn't do much in OTA's minicamp. Everybody's saying he's always ramping up for training camp. So if that comes to fruition, that helps everybody because that's CJ's best friend. It's his best friend on the field. And the offensive line can benefit from Tank's explosiveness. So I think those are the things that people will be watching for down here for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of from my lens, like parsing. Okay, Stroud has struggled some in the last 2 years, especially some of these playoff games. And how much of it should be laid at his feet and how much of it is like how you just went through like the line and they've overhauled it because it was so poor at times. The weapons, I mean, I loved it when they had Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, and Tank Dell all healthy, but that did not last long.
Yep.
And then last year, even like I like Jaden Higgins, but it was a lot of rookies he was throwing to. So I guess for you, like this is all what I'm sure the Texans are trying to figure out as they decide what they want to do with his contract extension and wait a year. I don't know if it's even on the docket right now, is how much of those struggles have been him and how much of it has been the infrastructure around him?
It's a great question. And I think a lot of people in Houston have been trying to figure that out. And it's like, you can live on one side, are you an optimist or a pessimist? I remember my sister-in-law had these wine glasses, and halfway through it was optimista, pessimista. I'll never forget it. And it was like, are you glass half empty, glass half full? And I think there are a lot of Texans fans that got to glass half empty, like they're ready to move on. They saw that playoff game against the Patriots, and they thought the way that he played that day was inexcusable. I looked at that game against the Patriots, and look, I was not happy about every decision he made, but I couldn't put everything on him. We ran for 17 yards in that game. We were without, for the majority of the game, his two best wide receivers were pass catchers, Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, who got hurt on the first drive of the game. And there was no running game. And then the offensive line was all moved around because Trent Brown was injured. So there were a lot of there were a lot of reasons why CJ didn't play well in that Patriots game, that Patriots playoff game. And there are people, saying that, hey, look, these reasons. And then there are a lot of people saying, well, yeah, he should have never thrown the ball that was a pick six that gave the Patriots a lead. He shouldn't have thrown this pass. Those are decisions that he shouldn't have made. And so there are people kind of on both sides of it, looking at it glass half full, glass half empty. But I think what the Texans have done is like, okay, let's handle the offensive line thing. Re-sign Trent Brown, re-sign Ingram, and then brought in Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith of free agency, brought in Keelan Rutledge and Fabechi Weewu. They threw a lot of paint on the canvas. Traded for David Montgomery. Hopefully they'll get second year, as you mentioned, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, 2 rookies last year. Hopefully they take that step, and you get Tank Dell hopefully back healthy. It's to a point where if you are a glass half full sort of person, you look at it and go, well, okay, all those things I talked about as quote-unquote excuses or reasons, they've addressed. So now it's really on him to take that step up with this offense. I think the biggest thing is just managing the offense and getting everybody on the same page. There were too many times last year, like Jaden Higgins would come to the sidelines, he'd read a coverage one way and CJ would read it one way, and then they'd kind of come back. And, of course, Jaden was a rookie, but they're all learning the offense for the first time. Well, now they're in the offense for the second year. Nick Haley's in his second year as coordinator. They brought in other pieces that seemingly should give the offense a boost. So, okay, really the excuses are gone. If he doesn't perform this year, then okay, you don't have the right guy, and now you got to reset the whole process, and that's where you don't want to be, obviously. We got to know that we've got the right guy, and I think if you get those things handled, I think you'll see a much better, more effective C.J. Stroud. And I think what bothered people a lot here was the fact that in his first 2 years, he did play pretty well in playoff games, but then this year it was, man, what am I watching? It's like somebody stole my quarterback and put in, Fugazi, C.J. Stroud. We're like, wait a second, what's happening here? And because of his defense, I think everybody here in Houston was like, look, all you have to do is play average football. Just don't turn the ball over. And you're going to win the game 13-9.
Right.
So what? You're still going to win, but you just didn't get there. And so there is a big microscope on CJ in everything he's done this offseason, going into training camp. And there still will be people saying, okay, even if the Texans beat Buffalo, beat them handily, whatever at home, whatever happens, wake me up in January when they start playoff games.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really the way to look at this. We got to see the progress for him through the regular season to hopefully get us home games in big playoff situations.
Right. And that's really, John Harris is with us from Houston on the Texans. I feel like that's the whole exercise in the Texans. Like I heard Nate Tice from Yahoo yesterday explain why he picked the Texans, right? Like if he had to pick right now, he would pick them to win the AFC because their bar to clear offensively is just lower than a lot of teams because the defense is maybe the best unit in the entire conference. So I'll put that to you, like, how good does their offense really need to be for them to be their offense need to be for them to be a Super Bowl contender? Because if Montgomery comes in and the run game is just better and they stay healthier and the line is better, doesn't it feel like they don't really have to be one of the league's best offenses and they could find themselves in the AFC Championship game, Super Bowl, who knows?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question in that. The way this defense plays, the way this defense just approaches the game of football and how they go about it. Last year we beat Buffalo. You know that. We beat Buffalo on that Thursday night game. Our offense, it really didn't do anything other than a key drive right near the end of the half. Davis Mills hit Jaden Higgins for a touchdown and gave us back the lead. But we didn't do anything. We did nothing in the second half. It's like we went out and we just said, all right, let's just go 3 and out because the defense has got this on lock. And it did. And, but the thing about it is, even though the defense played at that level, Buffalo's still striving to go score a touchdown in either game, 24-25, but especially last year. They're striving to go score a touchdown to win a game. And Josh has been sacked 8 times and been picked off 2 times up until Bullock intercepted him on the final play of the game. The offense can do its part in that. Games don't have to come down to that. They can, get a 10-point lead and have their 4-minute offense and run it effectively with Montgomery and Woody Marks. That's, I think, what people here would like to see. Like, hey, this defense has been carrying them all these games into the fourth quarter. Like, hey, shouldn't at some point the defense be able to stand on the sideline and watch the offense run the clock out and win a game that way? I think that's what a lot of people would like to see. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't need to be the greatest show on turf. I've said it a few times here in Houston. They don't need to be Kurt Warner or Marshall Faulk and all that. They just need to be effective at the right times. And they need to be able to score touchdowns inside the 5-yard line. I can't tell you how many times last year we get down to the 1-yard line and us on the radio broadcast like, oh, here we go again. Didn't score against the Bucs. That cost us in a 1-point loss. Didn't score from the 2-yard line against the Broncos. That cost us in a 3-point loss. So we've got to be effective in other key things. And I think the run game and scoring down inside the 5 all relates to David Montgomery and why they went out and got him, how effective he is. So if this offense can just turn 3s into 7s, I mean, this offense made Jaime Fairbairn the highest paid kicker in the history of the NFL because of 44 made field goals last year until Brandon Aubrey got his money from Jerry Jones. Jaime was fantastic, and it's great to have that weapon, but you shouldn't be kicking 43 field goals or making 43 field goals. Those turn 7 of those into touchdowns. And where is this offense? Where is this team? I think it makes it that much easier for them to win games if they can be that much better inside the 1-yard line.
Yeah. John Harris, HoustonTexans.com, also FootballTakeover.com for another minute or two. By the way, Bills-Texans week 1 in Houston. Do you know off the top of your head the last time the Bills have won in Houston? It's kind of been a house of horrors for them, but it's been a really long time.
I've been on the sideline since 2014.
Yeah.
I know that they haven't beat us in Houston, but we have not beaten Buffalo in Buffalo. And, of course, as you know, the Houston football history at Buffalo is not good. So right. The fact that this game is here in 2026, I'm very happy about. The fact that the game will be at the new stadium in 2027, not very. So I'm all for trends staying at least this year until we can get up there. I can't wait to see the new stadium. But, yeah, I can't remember the last time Buffalo has won there. But I know in 14, J.J. had the pick 6 on E.J. Manuel.
Yep.
And then 18, we were just talking about this in 18. Deshaun Watson in 2018, when Josh was a rookie, Deshaun Watson was playing with a punctured lung. And the week before against Dallas on Sunday night, he got the hell beat out of him. I've never seen a quarterback take a beating like that. And he played with a punctured lung. And it was so bad that the next week, after we won that game, Nathan Peterman to pick 6 to Jonathan Joseph, after we won that game, we had to go to Jacksonville. And Deshaun had to take a bus to Jacksonville, and that was after that Buffalo game. So, yeah, but Reliance Stadium has been a house of horrors for Buffalo. We'd like it to continue. I mean, we love the Buffalo fans. I love it when y'all come to Houston. It's such a great fan base. But hopefully they're getting kind of sick of coming to Houston and like, we'll just stay at home. And that will help the Houston fans. But I know how Buffalo travels. I know the Mafia will be there for sure, and they always make for a really fun, exciting afternoon for sure.
Yeah, little bit, because you have the playoff game in there too, and a Bills fan has not taken a trip to Houston and felt good at the end of it since 2006, when J.P. Lossman and David Carr were the quarterbacks. That's how long it's been.
That's a brutal match.
It's been a while. Yeah,
Holy cow.
So, last thing for you before we let you go: are there any questions about the defense at all, or just run it out there? It's going to be the best defense in football again.
I think the biggest thing is, and I worry about this, is how healthy we were last year. We stayed relatively healthy. We lost Jalen Petrie for 3 games with a concussion. He got a concussion late in the Broncos game, so he missed the next 3 games. He missed the same 3 games C.J. Stroud did. So Jalen Petrie did not play against Buffalo, and he's one of our best and most unique defenders. That's really it. How healthy can we stay? If these guys can all stay healthy, then it's the best defense in the league. And, of course, I'm biased. And, look, I know Seattle's really good. I know Philly's really good. The Rams and Myles Garrett will be really good. But this defense is so sound in everything it does, and it's been playing together for now 3 years. And so it is just – it's nasty. Now, it needs a couple of depth pieces, and hopefully those will emerge in camp. But I think for us it's really – they won't go off the deep end, just, play style and how they play. They played so well together. I think the biggest thing is just how healthy can they stay. If we lose Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson for a significant stretch of time, that's a killer. As it would be for a lot of teams if they lost their, one of their best defensive players. But you ask 100 people in Houston, say, hey, who's the best Texans defender? They'll say Will Anderson Jr. Who's the next best? And you'll get 8 different answers because there are guys that have stepped up and become players in the last couple of years. Their secondary, I think, is the best in the league. But look, week 1, you never know. I mean, if the last few week 1s that Josh has had. I mean, Josh went to L.A. a few years ago, and my God, he put on a show. Last year, against Baltimore, put on a show. So, we worry about that in Houston, but we also know this defense, once it gets locked in, then offenses can forget about it. But we do worry about how healthy we were last year. Can we stay that healthy again? And if we do, then, we'll be the best defense in the league, and that will help this offense for sure. But if one or two guys miss 4 or 5, oh, man, this guy get hurt in camp, he's out for the season, then, things start to change. But if the secondary remains what it is, then, you and I could play pass rusher, and they're probably going to be okay because they're that good in the back end.
Yep. Bills week 1 for that defense and the Texans in Houston. Thanks, John, as always. Always appreciate you coming on the station, and we'll hopefully talk again in September at some point.
Absolutely appreciate it. Thanks for having me, my friend.
Awesome. Thanks, John. John Harris on the Wester Hotline, HoustonTexans.com, sideline reporter, and FootballTakeover.com. Houston is a slight underdog for week 1 the last time I saw it, and that is still true. 1.5-point Bills favorite in week 1. Just barely. I mean, the Bills are favored in most of their games, but a lot of them are close spreads because you have good teams here, Detroit, the Chargers, New England, all in the first 4 weeks. The Bills are favored in all 4 of those games, but none of them are really by a lot. They are underdogs in week 5 against the Rams, as you would expect. Yeah, Stroud is one of these guys that I see his EPA in this situation is actually really good, and if he could just get protection, he might be okay. He is I think he's the quarterback I feel like I have the least strong opinion on in the league. Because either could be true. I think he could just be terrible. Some of those plays he made in the playoff game against New England were so bad. And I also could buy that, he has had the worst line in football. What is he supposed to do? I mean, Joe Burrow has managed to figure out how to produce with a terrible offensive line. It's you can do it.
It's possible.
But it's hard.
Difficult.
Yeah. It takes an elite quarterback, and I don't think Stroud is anywhere near elite. He did cut his hair this season, though.
Yeah, that's interesting. They are in on him if they are tracking the haircuts.
I know.
We don't really track the haircuts with Allen.
We do with Allen. We track that he doesn't get haircuts.
Right,
he just lets it go. Yeah.
The opposite.
Yeah.
When he had the flow going, which was not last year, it was the year before, wasn't it?
It's been the last 2 seasons he started doing the flow. He doesn't cut it because he's worried the juju's going to go.
Oh, right. He grows it out as the
season goes. It's like Edelman's beard, where in the Super Bowl it would be poking out of everywhere.
Yeah.
So
I used to grow my hair out through the season for the same thing. Just superstitious, weird activity.
Did you guys see the Pat McAfee news from this morning?
And just enlighten me to it. Enlighten me.
Pat McAfee is coming out with an album. Really?
It's where Ryan Clark's salary's going, to the music production.
I mean, mate. What are the odds
I'm
it's
sorry.
good?
Zero. Negative.
Not even 1?
No.
Negative.
2%?
No.
Negativo.
I'm going to have a stroke even just thinking about it right now.
This would be a great last place punishment for this newfound Dynasty League you guys are creating. Is you have to listen to the whole Pat McAfee album and you have to review it.
Put out a video review.
It's not just
Eastbound
that he's...
and Don.
It's not just that he's putting out an album. It's here, I'm telling you all my story about how everybody hates me album.
Yeah, right. It's a Taylor Swift revenge album.
Dude, I used to really appreciate and like what he did and how he did it. And I still I can get down with a little bit of his slant on the whole thing. But my God, could you ever become more annoying than he has become to me?
Yeah.
He is infuriating because I see him on my TV every single day, and all he does is yell in that stupid accent, and it drives me nuts.
He's about to yell into the microphone in that stupid accent.
I know. I can't wait for him to Don! Him to be scream singing, and I'm gonna actually have an event.
What was worse? This is definitely worse. The Batman thing is worse. But Travis and Jason Kelce releasing the Christmas album,
no, because that's funny. And it's stupid, and I hate that too. But at least it knows that it's funny. This is not if it's trying to be funny, it's not doing a good enough job, and I don't think it's trying to be funny because I think it
sounds too serious.
He cannot be everything. He cannot be a wrestler and a musician and a host and also dude, please. I'm sorry. I know I'm getting hot on Pat McAfee right now, but the album thing just made me lose it. It's too much. It's too much McAfee, man. Be McAfee. I'm fine with it. It's cool. Talk about the football, all the sports, whatever. I don't need you on every ESPN show making music, being in movies, doing stand-up.
Wrestling.
Yes. I cannot do all of it.
His show now is pretty much just friend slop, they call it.
Well, I'm with you. I used to like some of what he did.
Yeah.
And I think now he just tries to be friends with whoever's on the show.
Right.
Yes. That's it. He just wants everybody to like him.
Exactly.
And at that point, it's not a sports show.
Yeah.
Or it's not the type of sports show that I want.
It's a daily talk show.
Yeah, what I want is I want to be able to learn something. I want objective conversation analysis of what's happening on the field. I want to leave a podcast feeling like I learned something that I didn't know before. And that show is just a different type that I'm not into. It's just more like, hey, let me be buddy-buddy with whoever's on the show, and that's the whole shtick.
I can't.
So
it's kind of a Barstool podcast. That's similar.
Course. It's the same vein.
I mean, it was.
It's just a different company. Yeah,
it was.
It's the same thing. And again, I can appreciate that thing's place in our ecosystem. I don't think it needs to be the ecosystem. Like, I don't need McAfee to be the model. McAfee should be a fun change of speed show for people. And I don't need to preach to everybody about what they're watching or listening to. Like, do what you want, people. But I just think it's very base level at times.
All right, so we're going to take a break here. We got to get to our LeBron clue of the day. And we have our plan locked in on when we are seeing the Odyssey.
The Odyssey to the Odyssey.
There is a little bit of a what's the word I want?
Renda's rendezvous?
Well, yes, that.
Sorry, I was going to say
just a very, very, very tiny wrinkle involved that I'll get to. It's not a big deal at all.
Okay.
No one's going to be upset by it, but something you could probably only do at a movie theater and not elsewhere. The LeBron clue, if you haven't seen it yet, because this is becoming a circus. The LeBron James, I mean, maybe it already was. The LeBron James, where he's going to go, is becoming a circus. If Adam Silver thought he was putting pressure on LeBron and was going to get him to make a quicker decision by saying, hey, we need you to do it to the schedule, LeBron's going to wait longer because of that. He is going to wait longer because of what the commissioner said.
Remember a week ago when he said, like, don't worry, guys, you're almost there. I'm going to tell you soon.
Yes, at Fanatics Fest.
It was like a week ago.
I'm not going to make you wait too long.
Dude.
Yeah. All that when we come back. Plus, we gotta tell you who won our Buffalo ESPYs. Best game, best play. I think we're going to decide who won Comeback Player of the Year because that's easy. Coach of the Year is Lindy. Best athlete. We never got to that. That could be a conversation. Maybe that's not easy. It should just be Josh Allen, right? We'll figure it out. Next on WGR. The ESPYs were a couple of days ago, though.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought we should have some fun and we should award Buffalo ESPYs.
Ooh, I love it.
Because I think it's tough.
Yeah.
And that, of course, makes it good. But we've got a bunch of different categories from it. And I think both teams being good. I don't know if we've ever been able to do this before. Because it'd just be Bills. It would be all Bills.
All Bills ESPYs. Yeah. Then if you were here long enough, Sabres ESPYs and no Bills ESPYs.
Right. Both teams being good at the same time. Kind of works that out. So the ones that I wrote down, best athlete, best coach, best breakthrough athlete. These are all real ESPYs, by the way.
Right.
Best comeback athlete, best game, and best play. Those are the ones that I wrote down that I think fit. Those 6.
Okay.
What floats your boat? What do you want to start with?
Ooh.
Best game? I think best game might be the toughest one to figure out. I want to put some polls up on this, by the way.
Yeah.
Award this out. Let's start with best game.
I mean,
what comes to mind immediately?
Fight night comes to mind
Tampa.
first.
I mean, we're also all sitting there,
right?
Like watching it. Like that's an experience I'll never forget, truthfully.
And then the first Bills game that comes to mind is Week 1, Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
The comeback.
Yeah, I think Week 1 against the Ravens is probably the best Bills nominee for this.
Yeah.
Is there another Bills game that would really work it out?
Not one that's really sticking out in my head. I don't have another one that was that hot. That game was hot.
Yeah.
You could make a case for the Patriots comeback.
Sure.
In Foxborough, the division is ours, and then all of a sudden, no, it ended up being theirs.
This is going to be a good exercise in Bills fans being like, oh, yeah, that game. Because you just might not have thought about last season and like the specific games in so long. Yeah, 35-31 against New England, and the Bills were down.
Multiple touchdowns at half.
Was it 3 touchdowns in that game that they were down?
Big. They were down big.
Yeah, it was despair at half. I remember watching that game.
24-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down 17 going into the second half.
That's pretty harsh.
On the road. I don't know if that hurts it, that it's on the road.
Yeah, the good thing about Baltimore is that was a home crowd Week 1. Everyone's juiced up, and you brought the juice back into the building kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bills-Ravens should definitely be on this list. I mean, that is a comeback for all time.
Yeah. I think if you're going for another Sabres game, if you want 2 of each, you probably got to go game 1 Boston.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sammy, goal, third
Tage.
period, Tage.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. Can turn a simple decision This is the theme to the Odyssey?
Hang on, I'll skip into the middle. Does it get rolling?
Yeah. Can we get the roaring, on the high seas part?
Kind of makes me sad.
I know. This is
what I expect.
Okay. That's better.
This is what I play on a loop driving out to Rochester to see this on the screen that Christopher Nolan intended.
Yes.
We have now secured tickets. We have a plan.
Yes.
And this will play the entire
next
car ride.
week. We're going to go see it.
Yep. In the big theater.
Now, this theater was running out of tickets. And we were in the middle of the segment, and there were only 5 left. 2 of them went. So I'm like, right as the break ended, okay, if we're going to do this, let's just jump on them. And we can figure it out after. So one thing you could do at a movie theater that you probably wouldn't do in any other situation, we're not all in the same row.
Yes.
Scattered.
Not even that scattered. Like, it's 2 seats next to each other, and then 2 rows back directly behind that is the other seat. So it's in the vicinity. And also, I don't know, are you guys different? I don't think I have ever been someone to, like, turn and say something to somebody during a movie.
No.
I
anti that
I
move.
hate talking in movies.
Yeah.
Movie theater culture's just gone out the window anyway. Everyone just talks, but, I'm not one of those people.
So I don't even think it matters on that point.
No, I got no problem. I mean, we'll see each other right after. We'll debrief. We'll be all right.
Right, that's what you.
There might be an elbow if a really cool moment happens, like a little tap or something
Sure.
like that. That's the extent I go.
I've done that. I've done the lean into bump the guy if something happened. In the Spider-Man movie when all the Spider-Men showed up.
Sure, yeah.
I went to my brother dude, look at this. That was cool.
Yeah.
But, that's the extent of my interaction in a movie theater.
All right, so the plan has been executed. We have to go.
The plan is drawn up.
It's drawn up. We have to make our Odyssey to go see the Odyssey.
The Odyssey to the Odyssey.
Yeah.
And then we can play in the Fantasy Football League called the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Right.
I just couldn't wait any longer. Enough. I've seen enough people tweeting about it. I needed to have a plan in place ready to go.
And not that this is, a movie that you're going to get spoiled for you because it's
correct.
The Odyssey, but it was something I didn't want to see a bunch of clips from the movie on, Instagram or something before I got to actually see it.
I won't lie though, I know the plot of the Odyssey. I've not read the Odyssey. I don't know how it ends.
Same.
I may have pretended I read it in my high school class that I was supposed to read it in. So I'm in the same boat. I do know the plot, obviously.
I don't think it was ever assigned to me in any class.
I never had
it.
I did a lot of Shakespeare. I never really got to the Odyssey, not the Odyssey.
Yeah.
This Fantasy Football League's going to throw me off.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Trouble now. I never did it.
All right. Okay, can we get to this LeBron thing very quickly?
Yes, we need to. Yeah, we need to.
I want you guys to tell me whether or not I should think it's meaningful or not. So, we're on day 24, and LeBron is dragging this out. Now people are starting to get annoyed. I think he's oversaturated it. I think you proved your worth. You're 42, and the league, you are still the league. You are a free agent, and everybody is focused on that. You still run this thing. You're bigger than the sport. You proved that after week 1. Right?
Yeah.
You proved it already. Now that we're into a 3rd week, there's no way he doesn't know where he's going. So, yesterday was the 23rd day, and some thought, okay, maybe that's the day because he wears number 23, and that's why he's going to wait until then. Right. We didn't get a decision. What we did get was the Miami Heat, who are thought of to be one of the strongest contenders to get him, tweeted out a link and a time and a place to a LeBron James introductory press conference, which was then deleted minutes later.
Quickly.
So, should I take that to mean he's going to Miami and they're just waiting to announce it, and somebody, instead of hitting the schedule button, accidentally hit the post button?
Now, does he choose not to go to Miami because of this?
I thought about that too.
Is this going to drag out even further?
Does LeBron change his mind because
this doesn't seem like a serious organization letting something like that happen?
I mean, Pat Riley does run that team. I would like to think he doesn't think that, but maybe he thinks that. Or does every team that's in the race have that tweet ready to go just in case?
That's the question.
That's what I was just going to say is as a social media admin in many forums here, that is the kind of thing that you would preemptively write and create and even schedule if you thought this is the day that he's going to whatever. And you would go, just so I have this ready. If this jumps out quicker, I've got it ready to just hit make public.
Right.
So it's
like if an insider gets ahead of it, all that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm sure Schefter has 30 tweets loaded up, ready to rock.
That's
that
a
he
dangerous
just
game.
Hasn't hit publish on that are just waiting for the event to occur.
Right.
And I would guess that this is a similar thing. That 4 or 5 teams in the league have a LeBron James introductory press conference with a graphic made in a Photoshop, because you can't just make that. You have to have if you're going to jersey swap LeBron, you've got to have it made.
It takes a minute
before the news drops, so that you can post it right when the news drops. And so this might be that.
Was this a play to possibly, like I said, it could have gone the other way, but could this possibly be a play to get LeBron to want to go there? Really show that you want him?
I don't think it would ever work that way.
No?
No.
I don't think it would ever help.
No. The only thing this would do would hurt it.
I think, it could only hurt it.
It's interesting.
I think.
It is approaching Aaron Rodgers circus territory. We're already in it at this point, I would say.
Right.
Without question.
Do you guys care where he goes?
I mean, I maybe would.
I think Cleveland's the best story.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. A return I would appreciate.
End it there. Although I guess the thought is if he goes to Miami, he's not doing 1 year.
Right.
No, that would mean he's sticking
Miami
around.
is the best place for him to win a title.
We got to get Bronny there in the next couple of years, right? You're going to have to get all that done.
Well, that could be a piece. Cleveland, this is how deep this goes. The Cavaliers reportedly have a roster spot carved out for Bronny.
Oh, man.
In case LeBron comes. I don't know if the other teams are doing that, but
would they have to trade for Bronny?
I think so. He's on the Lakers still.
Ooh.
All right. We'll wait. We'll wait even further. 24 days. When we come back, our winners of the Buffalo ESPYs next. All right, I've had some fun today with the Buffalo ESPYs. Been a couple of days since the ESPYs, and just looking at the award categories. I think we had some fun with that. I think we've landed on some good winners. There will be a couple polls that we'll leave up, see if they change, but I think they're probably going to stay the same. So, after 4 hours of determining this through social media, we've also just given a couple of guys awards because I don't think we need to hold a poll.
Yeah.
No.
We'll give you those first.
We're on a personal crusade to give those guys the awards. That's what we're doing.
The winner of the... Right.
Like the writer that voted for Cooper. Oh, that was
kind of I was about to make a joke about the winner
Sorry,
of all
I didn't
our
mean to
awards.
jump on it.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
Listen, it's such a good joke that we were all thinking it.
Yes, we all, yeah.
The winner of all awards for all times going forward, John Cooper.
Right. We all just stepped
That's
off.
your Buffalo Player of the Year.
That's awesome.
Comeback Player of the Year, Matthias Samuelsson.
Has to be.
100%.
Has to be.
Trey White, close, not even close, but second place, Trey White.
Yeah.
Matthias Samuelsson went from afterthought, buyout candidate to he scored 16 goals. And was
more than doubled his 5-season total from the last 5 seasons.
And he was a force physically.
So good.
He did 2 things last year that he had never done before. Hit,
and score.
Be mean, and score.
It's 2 pretty good things.
So Matthias Samuelsson is a runaway comeback player of the year. Coach of the year, Lindy Ruff.
Of course.
Yeah. Without question.
As he should have been in other places as
Should
well.
have been the Coach of the Year.
Yeah. Athlete of the year. This is the only one we didn't really determine.
I mean,
we have 3 people here. We could take a vote.
I mean,
I have my vote, and it's easy. I would be the lame guy that if I had MVP votes in all the sports, I would vote for like the same. I would vote for Connor McDavid like every single year.
Mm-hmm.
I would have voted for LeBron every single year for 10 years. I would have voted for. I guess quarterback in NFL would be a little different, but I would say Josh Allen.
100% Allen.
It's got to be. Well, does it have to be? You go
I'll
ahead.
throw Darlene in there.
Yeah,
Fine.
I can see that.
I like that he got a vote.
Yeah.
That's all.
Received votes.
Yeah,
Rasmus Dahlin.
he was on the ballot.
I'm not going to fight with you about it, but I'll put Darlene's name
No,
in that
Allen's
list.
just so prolific and athletic. It's unbelievable. So
Yeah,
Allen, for me.
Allen.
Breakthrough Player of the Year is an SB. We put a quick poll up.
Yes.
Do you guys see the results yet?
I've got them right here. Let's see. We've got our 3 nominees: Josh Doan, Zach Benson, and Cole Bishop.
Yep.
And Zach Benson is currently dominating with 103 votes put in. He's got 58% of them.
Is that where you would have gone?
I would have said Benson.
There's a little bit of me that wants to lean on Doan because I think his expectations were much lower. I think we all kind of were ready for this from Benson.
I agree.
And I think Doan was not. Doan, and he had a better year than Benson did.
Yes.
It's close, but I would say that he had
close.
a slightly better season.
You're splitting hairs, but Doan was healthier. Doan played in all 95 games, including playoffs.
Right.
Benson's points per game was a little higher.
Sure.
Benson played power play and penalty kill. Doan only played power play.
True.
But again, I am getting into the minute details.
Right.
Like
I think Benson spent more time in the lower part of the lineup for longer, and whatever.
And he drove Sam Carrick to score 5 goals while he was down there. By the way,
He did.
True.
He did.
That is very.
That's
true.
the other thing. Benson on every line he played.
Wow, his elite
including
prospects.
Carrick.
I've not been on his elite prospects page. It's a photo of him with the bubble after he got his face all messed up. It's
Love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, Benson, I'm good with. I would have seen an argument for Doan too because he was coming from I feel like a lower place than Benson was.
Agreed.
Game of the year in a runaway on our poll: Sabres Lightning. 8-7
Without
night.
question.
Gotta be.
Maybe the best sporting event I've ever been to. And play of the year: Doan to Benson.
Yeah,
Game 6 against Boston.
Ooh,
it
changed.
No, it changed.
No, the
Samuelsson game 1.
Samuelsson game 1, man.
Mm-hmm.
When we changed that
let me
poll,
hit refresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, 38%. Okay.
It's very
Samuelsson
close.
game. That one could change by the time we start the show tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll
We
be
will
fun to
report
revisit.
back.
All right, so Samuelsson game 1 winner against Boston is currently edging out Doan Benson game 6. Pair of tickets to give away, then we're out of here. Caller 5 right now, 716-221-4WGR. Pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw, special guest, 49 Winchester at Darien Lake Amphitheater on Saturday, August 1st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is next.